It is 5 o'clock. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It is June 20th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Myers?
Here.
Mr. Martinez?
Present.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Baranga?
Here.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Chair Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zalatel is absent. Mr. Cross?
Here.
Mr. Volland is excused. Ms. Brawley?
Present.
Mr. Sult?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
He is excused. He'll be here as soon as he can.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, Barbara Jones, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Brawley, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina people have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have minutes of previous meetings. There are none tonight. And that takes us to the mayor's report. Mr. Kohlheis. Welcome back.
Mr. Chair, thank you for welcoming me back. Sorry I'm a little bit disorganized right now, but I'd like to have Mario Bird, Chief of Staff, read the mayor's report, please. Thank you.
Mr. Bird, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Assembly. It's great to see you all here tonight. I'll be speaking on behalf of Mayor Bronson, who will be returning later this week. I'd like to address three items: Juneteenth, the Secretary of the Navy's visit last week, and the Tudor Elmore shelter. Yesterday, the municipality of Anchorage celebrated the city's first Juneteenth holiday. I want to give a special shout out to Jasmine Smith and the other amazing Alaskans who were pivotal over the weekend in making sure we celebrate and recognize the importance of Juneteenth and Freedom Day in Anchorage and around the state. The administration is actively working to ensure all employees receive the day as a paid holiday. Last week, the mayor met in person here in Anchorage with the Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Carlos Del Toro. As part of their discussions, they talked about the importance of the Port of Alaska for us here in Anchorage, but also throughout our state. The Secretary acknowledged the need to have a secure facility for the Department of Defense operations to rely on and provided insight on ways we can advance our cause of the municipality at the federal level. And finally, I know the topic of the Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center and Shelter and finances are on the docket tonight. I want to thank Member Brawley for her excellent work on the S version of the ordinance that's before us tonight, and also for the work that she put into that document. Additionally, I want to thank all the members who met with myself and the mayor and all of you who participated in the work session last Friday. We're getting responses to your questions, as you know, about the various pools of funding as we speak. I hope to have those to you in the next week or so. I want to iterate a few key points that have been said previously. First of all, we can all agree that what is happening in our parks, green spaces, along our trails, and in various parts of our city is not humane. Hundreds of tents and prohibited campsites are across town, and it doesn't have to be this way. Individuals experiencing homelessness are being left behind and they need our help. A large, low-barrier shelter is a vital part of a comprehensive response to the growing problem. We need a solution and action and construction, and we need a building and a place. We need a modern, comfortable, and efficient, safe place where individuals experiencing homelessness can go year-round, but especially in the winter. And that is not on the street. Every city in America that is successfully managing homelessness has a large shelter of the likes we are discussing. It can serve as a place to transform lives, to get people clean and sober, to reconnect people with their loved ones, to provide them the resources that will enable them to secure a job and have their own home one day. We do not want people to freeze to death this winter, and the Navigation Center can prevent that. The administration has met with and will continue to meet with any of the Assembly members on this subject to find out what the administration can do to garner your support for this worthy cause. If the Assembly appropriates this funding tonight, you have the Mayor's commitment and mine that the administration will follow processes, code, and go above and beyond when it comes to providing updates and keeping the Assembly abreast of this project. We do not want to repeat the mistakes of the past, and I will do my best to ensure we stay above board this time around. Thank you, and that is all for me tonight, Chair Constant.
Thank you. And next, that brings us to the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. And here we are. The summer solstice is upon us, the peak of our summer season, and here we are inside of this building, and we're going to do the people's business. But I hope you're all having the opportunity, especially this past weekend, had the opportunity to get out and enjoy the amazing sunshine. And in particular, I hope you had an opportunity to attend the Juneteenth celebrations that occurred in the community. The park strip was alive and festive with songs, chants, prayers, dances, vendors, social service providers, food, and most importantly, friends and family connecting for the topic of Juneteenth, an opportunity to reflect and learn and celebrate this moment in our history. Along with a number of Assembly members, I also attended the Chamber of Commerce's special Juneteenth Make It Monday yesterday, and the organizers of all these events have just gone above and beyond. Also, as previously stated, this is Pride Month, and this is actually Pride Week in town. And while for a lot of us it's a joyful time, it's also an important time to recognize that discrimination and hatred towards LGBTQ plus individuals in the community, and transgender people in particular, has increased nationwide and is bubbling up in our community as well. From attempts to remove books from our library to efforts to block transgender youth from sports, this movement is especially damaging to our youth. To the young people in our community who are questioning their identity or struggling with these issues and feel alone, I want you to know that we see you and we value you. You're important members of our community, and you have a place here. And to others in our community, I ask you to step up and support Anchorage's LGBT community during this challenging time and show that Anchorage is and will continue to be an accepting and collaborative and tolerant community. I'll briefly talk about the clean slate strategy. Clean straight. Mr. Rivera, I want to thank you again for your lion's work on this project. There has been a lot of progress made in the past few weeks in our work on homelessness, including the Housing and Homelessness Committee's release of site selection criteria for a new permanent year-round low-barrier shelter, which is on the agenda later tonight. There's also a lot of frustration in the community with the issue of homelessness, and I get it. It's difficult to see so much suffering in our streets and so much disruption in our neighborhoods. And it makes us all angry, or it should, that this is happening. I want people to understand that this is a very complex situation. And while there are so many great ideas out there, unfortunately funding is limited. And that hampers our ability to do the best that we could. The national housing and mental health crises are wreaking havoc in our communities, and there's little to no state and federal funding to help. Today, I was scheduled to, but was delayed to Thursday, have a conversation with Senator Sullivan and HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge as we take the message of the inequities of our funding to Washington. We're trying to solve national problems with local funding, and we can't do it alone. With that said, I believe that we can solve this problem, and we are on the right track, and I want to thank Assembly members for their hours and hours that they've devoted to this issue, especially in the last 2 months. I also want to thank the administration for helping us get a better understanding of the costs of shelter. We had a good presentation from the health department last week that provided for the first time, I think, a pretty measurable approach to how we're going to fund operations. I think it still needs work, of course, but it was the first time we had a document I think we can build on. Finally, I want to thank all of the community members who volunteered, attended meetings, and emailed their ideas. This is a problem that's going to take all of us coming together to solve, and I can see the work happening. You can learn more about all of this effort at muni.org/assembly, clicking on the homelessness button. Tonight, we have a couple of items relating to the Port of Alaska, probably our biggest existential challenge, even though homelessness feels like the biggest issue. I am going to be asking members to consider postponing both of those items to the first meeting in July. I'm not comfortable we take such substantial decisions without all of our members here, and we're missing 2 members tonight, and everyone is scheduled to be back in July. And so that's the request I'll make when we come to those appointed items. Next, I am glad to announce last week that I appointed as acting clerk our former municipal election administrator, Jamie Hines, who's sitting to my right. We successfully conducted a nationwide search, and I'm pleased to announce that the best candidate is, in fact, one of our own. Jamie Hines has over 12 years of clerk and election administration experience in Alaska, including the municipality of Anchorage, the city of Kenai, and the Haines Borough. This appointment, of course, is subject to assembly approval with a confirmation hearing work session Friday and then a special meeting to follow, June 23rd. And at this time, I would like to thank outgoing municipal clerk Barbara Jones for over 24 years of service to the municipality. Barbara, we recently recognized by the Assembly on the anniversary of her 10 years as the clerk, so I won't belabor all of the accomplishments here, but her commitment to open, accessible, transparent, and responsive local government has been critical for the function of this body and the success of our vote from home system. Barbara, I can't thank you enough for all that you have done, and I'm going to several times over the next week or two wish you the best in your retirement. Also tonight, to my left, I have member Kevin Cross from Eagle River serving in the role of vice chair. I want to welcome him and thank him, and as well as member Vollen, who served for the last meeting, for stepping up to help keep the assembly moving while member Zalatil is out on leave. We have a very strong and collaborative body, and it's great to see everyone working together and sharing in the leadership duties. And finally, I would like to note that we have a full agenda, and I'll do my best to move us along so that we can conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help us create a climate of respect in the chambers. When you're testifying, please refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn. Members too, shouting, clapping, pacing are not allowed. If you have signs, please keep them to 8.5 by 11. Also, we ask that you please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Also, please do not approach the dais, but if you have some materials you'd like distributed, please hand them to the clerk up here. Also, please stop speaking if point of order is called so that I may rule on that point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. And if compliance with rules does not occur, then I may pause the meeting. And if there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your full name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live, and please stay on topic and direct your comments to me or others on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. Amendments will generally be on the dais up here. You'll have 3 minutes and community council reps will have 5. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during that period. That comes later. I actually have a question for the mayor, the administration. I have this week, in particular last week, had a number of very pointed, desperate communications from the folks who live at 3rd Avenue. And the climate down there is getting really difficult. Break-ins are happening, cars are being dumped off, structures are being constructed. It's becoming fairly hostile to the people who live nearby. And so the question I have is, are there any efforts being made to secure the general area that you can help me communicate to the folks at 3rd Avenue that they're being heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Yes, we are doing some things. We are, became aware either last week or early this week of the construction of kind of more permanent shelters made out of wood down there. I've asked APD to go down. That is against code. They're going to work to mitigate that. We're going to work to get some of the vehicles out of there that are there. We have, the Parks Department is working to place a fence up that would screen the property from 3rd Avenue. And I've also talked to the police chief about just increasing the presence of patrols in the area.
Thank you. And if you're listening out there, my friends from 3rd Avenue, it's hard to meet when you need, but we're listening and we'll do our best. Thank you, Mr. Qualhays. So with that, now, Madam Clerk, I would like to go down the dais, or Madam Clerk, I would like to go down the dais for committee reports. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Mr. Martinez.
All right, thank you, Chair. First, let me just echo your enthusiasm for the celebrations this weekend, and to also echo the encouragement of continuing to celebrate loving on Anchorage and celebrating in our community with this coming week as well. The last committee meeting for the Community and Economic Development Committee was June 15th, and the next meeting is June 29th. Those meetings are held at the Permit Center at 9 a.m. in the morning. And I'm also proud now to be the new ex officio board member and liaison to the Chamber of Commerce for the Assembly. And on that front, I'm excited that there are business interests continuing to fester and grow with respect to the Northeast community area and the Muldoon Business Corridor. And so that's exciting work. And that's my report, and I'll leave any other details for the committee to my co-chair, Mr. Cross. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Housing and Homelessness Committee has met several times since our last Assembly meeting. We began planning for the 2023-2024 emergency cold weather shelter, which is historically early for us to begin that planning. My hope is that by August, we will have a concrete plan for us to approve and implement. The committee also met to discuss site selection criteria for permanent year-round low-barrier shelter as part of the Clean Slate strategy. That resolution is on our agenda, and I will be moving to postpone action on that item and actually set it for a public hearing for the meeting of July 11th. Beyond what is happening in committee, there's a lot of other housing and homelessness work happening, including planning the housing summit that's going to be occurring in the fall, plan for the next phase of work for the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force, which is going to have its next meeting this Thursday. The Sanctioned Camp Community Task Force is continuing its work to get a report of recommendations by July 6th, with its next meeting also on Thursday, and much more, but I'm going to stop there. Before I move on from the Housing and Homelessness Committee report, I just want to briefly address the governor's vetoes from yesterday and how they might impact homelessness in the municipality. So first off, the continuum of care funding is for the balance of state, not for the municipality. And there was a cut to the state continuum of care funding. And that cut impacts their ability to implement Crisis Now and provide funding for behavioral health services outside of the municipality. Is that going to trickle down to the municipality? Inevitably, it will. The various cuts to family services like childcare, Head Start, and preschool will likely also have some type of impact on family homelessness and will increase the need to stand up more prevention services. And last, there was a cut to reentry housing programs, and we know that there's a clear connection between reentry and homelessness. So the governor's vetoes are going to have an impact on homelessness within the municipality. Last, the Municipal Audit Committee met on June 8th to get an update on the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review. Due to staffing shortages, the CFO's office asked the committee to bring on a BDO to assist with drafting parts of the ACFR. The committee had a discussion on this idea and voted unanimously in support to bringing forward a resolution to the full assembly to appropriate funds and expand the scope of work with BDO. So hopefully you all will be seeing that at some point soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca.
Health Policy Committee met on June 7th. Director of the Health Department, Kim Rash, gave us a report on the Anchorage Safety Patrol and let us know about vacancies and what happens when they aren't able to run one of their vans. We got a report about Get Moving, the incentive to get people moving with the Muni program they have going on, the opioid task force, and we heard about the vacancy rate in the health department, which is, I believe, 34%, pretty high rate. Andrea Nestor and Kim Rash do an amazing job of scooting out grants to run programs, and a couple of them we're going to see tonight. I'm very, very impressed with them. They also talked about opening a WIC office on J-Bear, having SNAP cooking lessons, and I'm just looking through this. There's so much going on. They are, of course, screening for diseases and passing out different immunizations and working on emergency preparedness, and it goes on and on. I asked the question about Medicare, which I know with Alaska Regional Clinic closing, there's sort of a shortage of providers, and they are going to put on their website a list of providers that have said that they are taking new Medicare patients. And I think that's about it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee met on June 15th, and the one item of business was the annual report to the Assembly from the Anchorage Regional Landfill Closure and Post-Closure Investment Fund Board. The purpose is to accumulate funds sufficient to cover the cost of closing the landfill as well as post-closure maintenance and monitoring. Essentially, what the board does is they take the customer contributions and they invest them in a long-term strategy so that by the time the landfill is closed, we should have the money we need to manage that closure in compliance with federal laws and EPA regulations. So 2/3 of the assets in the fund are expected to be utilized around the year 2064, which is when the landfill is expected to be closed, although that could be theoretically postponed. And then the remainder will be utilized over the subsequent 30 years for the post-closure activities. The fund value is expected to peak in 2064 at $218.5 million. The biggest change that was reported this year was in the first quarter of 2023, the fund moved from a passive core investment strategy for fixed income assets to active core plus investment strategy. This was a board-approved change and is expected to improve investment returns over the long term. 2022, last year, the value of the fund declined by 15%, which roughly matched its performance benchmark. That may seem disconcerting, but it pretty well tracks with what we've seen in markets for 2022. And for context, since the fund's inception in 2018, the 3 years preceding 2022 had an average return of around 13%. And for the fund to be successful, we're assuming an annual growth rate of 5.5%. So all in all, we're actually in pretty good shape. And the market value at the end of 2022 was just under $17 million for the fund, and customer contributions for 2023 are expected to be around $535,000.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Public Safety Meeting of the Whole met on June 7th. We had 3 presentations. One was from the Anchorage Fire Department outlining all our volunteer fire department positions and the efforts that take place both Chugach, Eagle River, as well as Girdwood. Surprisingly, we have over 105 volunteers that donate over 60,000 hours each year to volunteer for our fire department. It's understanding that as our demographics get older and as housing gets more expensive, they're seeing a slowdown in volunteers. So if you know anybody, it's a fantastic organization. They want to reach out to the community. This would be a fantastic opportunity to learn a skill, meet some fantastic people, and do something that our communities desperately need. So I would encourage you to reach out. Second, we had a presentation from the Anchorage Police Department on recruiting efforts. Some of the challenges that they're having regarding those numbers and efforts that they're putting forward in order to recruit phenomenal officers. They're working hard, and so one of the things that the public should understand is that 20 plus years ago, around 20 years ago, we had a large hiring. And when those individuals come up, so then we have these waves of more than average numbers of individuals retiring. So part of our loss and part of our reduction in the police force is because of an abnormally high number of people retiring over a few years. So we're trying to compensate. Just keep in mind that if we go through another hiring wave, that'll put you in another situation for our kids when they have a police department that suddenly sees another wave of retirees. So, but they're working very hard and making substantial efforts in order to recruit. And again, there's another line where we need more people. Just like our military, there seems to be just lower recruitment, lower individuals looking to serve. So great opportunities for our youth and young adults and careers in something that makes substantial change. Second committee meeting that we had is we had the Community and Economic Development Committee meeting, which dealt with glue lams, structural components, looking if there's things that we can't reasonably amend code-wise to make construction costs still safe, but yet a little more affordable. And then this Friday at the Planning Department is kind of a spin-off where we're still interrogating the triplex and fourplex construction. We'll be looking at off-site and on-site improvements and different ways that we can help get some expedite unit density for triplexes and fourplexes. Residential construction primarily is our focus, not 5+ units, but owner-occupied investment properties, duplexes, triplexes, and how do we make that a lot easier for individuals in order to not only just provide homes, but provide additional rentals. And so we've been going through that for months now, but we're getting very, very close to having something substantial as an ordinance. I look forward to having it in work sessions and see if we can help get some affordable housing built here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, thank you. I will give two reports. First, the Legislative Committee report. So we have not scheduled a first meeting yet of that committee this year. And I shared in the last meeting, we are looking to get that committee basically expanding its scope beyond looking just at the annual legislative program, but really being able to engage with our elected officials at other levels and communicate legislative priorities, as well as helping members engage, again, in other legislative processes. So look for that meeting to be noticed soon. We are looking at late July. And then we will also be engaging with our state legislators while they are in town, including the Anchorage caucus during the interim before they go back down to Juneau in January. Of course, we don't know what might happen with special session. That is their prerogative, but we will work around their schedule. And then we will also be connecting with our federal delegation, the congressional delegation, and others. Chair Constant mentioned folks like the HUD Secretary to really communicate again our priorities for Anchorage and the challenges we're facing. So that's the Legislative Committee. For the Budget and Finance Committee, we did have our regular monthly meeting. That is a committee of the whole. We met on Thursday, June 15th, and our next meeting will be on Thursday, July 20th, I believe. So I will be happy to welcome back my co-chair, Vice Chair Zalatel, to be chairing that meeting. At our June 15th meeting, we heard an update on FEMA reimbursement for various disaster-related expenditures, including COVID-19, in the last few years. So we are happy to report that we are continuing to get money secured to replenish our savings that we spent down to take care of those needs during the pandemic, looking at over $120 million at this point and counting. We also heard brief updates on the status of the fiscal year 2022 actuals, meaning what we actually spent in 2022. So it takes some time to prepare that. We are waiting for staff and the administration to have final numbers on that. But relating back to the chair's report earlier, we do not anticipate having additional fund balance either from our general fund or our alcohol tax fund, which is a separate dedicated fund. So again, funding continues to be a challenge. There's no easy answers there. And then lastly, I'll just mention there was a committee discussion followed immediately by a work session on an item on our agenda tonight, AO 2023-68, which is regarding basically implementation of Proposition 11, which was passed by the voters this year, and establishing an investment advisory commission to manage our municipal trust fund. So we will discuss that later under that item. But I also want to say now, and I will say it again, thank you again to the staff who worked really hard to prepare this enabling ordinance and working through a lot of the details and all of your dedication. And so again, we will come back to that topic, but thank you again. And I believe that is the report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thanks. The only thing to add is AEDC Board will have a special presentation on the 21st from the VP of the Federal Reserve Bank in Seattle. Thanks.
Thank you. So are there any students here who are here for a college class or a high school class? So we have a tradition of welcoming you up to the dais. Come on up. Just welcome. Blue or green button there, turn the mic on, and we'll just ask what school you're from, what's your name? Yep, and what class you're here for. There you go.
I'm Justin Lucas, and I'm here from Service High School, and taking this U.S. government class over the summer, so.
Very nice. All right, well, we hope you stick around for a while. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so next on the agenda, we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum, I'm going to address the laid on the table items, which will incorporate any of these items into our agenda. So we have 5 items to lay on the table. 2 of them will require action from the assembly, and then 3 of them are supplemental items. So I'll go ahead and read the supplemental items that we don't have to take action on, and then I'll come back to the 2 items that do require action. So for items under new public hearings, 14E2, information memorandum number AIM 131-2023, ordinance number AO 2023-70S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving or modifying certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code 16.125, Title 21 and Title 23 to define and establish allowed camps in the municipality of Anchorage on a temporary basis, provide site requirements and restrictions, operational standards, a streamlined permitting process, and authorized use of relocatable ancillary and temporary buildings as emergency shelter or temporary structures for allowed camps, and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review for good cause. Assemblymember Martinez. Item 14F2, ordinance number 2023-67S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.28.035, to raise the amount of delinquent fines that trigger vehicle abatement operated by delinquent offenders and update the definition of traffic fine. And item 14G3, information memorandum, AIM 130-2023, ordinance number AO 2023-71, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code sections 2.30.120, action on liquor license application section 2.30.125, standards governing assembly protests, and section 2.30.130, compliance with conditions of alcoholic beverage license, and amending section 2.30 to add new sections 2.30.121, 2.30.122, 2.30.123, 2.30.124, and 2.30.126, and repealing sections 10.50.015, 10.50.020, 10.50.023, and 10.50.040, and adding new sections 10.50.016, 10.50.036, and 10.50.037 in order to clarify and simplify existing alcohol license review processes. And if that title tells you we're going to simplify anything, anyhow, I believe. So next we have 2 items that require action.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So I believe there's another AIM from Assemblymember Brawley related to 2023-70S.
Are there 2 of them?
Yeah, there's one AIM from Mr. Martinez and then one from Ms. Brawley.
14F.
It's a 14E echo.
14E. Okay, for fun, let's read that again. 14E2. Information memorandum, AIM, unnumbered, 2023, ordinance number 2023-70 as an ordinance of, or from Assemblymember Brawley, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving or modifying certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.125, Title 21 and Title 23 to define and establish allowed camps in the municipality of Anchorage on a temporary basis, provide site requirements and restrictions, operational standards, a streamlined permitting process, and authorize use of relocatable ancillary and temporary buildings as emergency shelter or temporary structures for allowed camps, and waiving planning and zoning commission review for good cause. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Through the chair. That should be 14E3. We already had a 14E2, which was Mr. Martinez, I believe. Oh.
Actually, so they're all inside of the same item. Now I see it.
Oh, okay.
So I should have kept reading, is what I should have done, because there's 14E2 and 14E3 in the same line. They just are, it looks like one block of text to me. So, okay, are we done? Sufficient? Right. Now the fun ones. Now we have laid on the table items that require an 8-member vote to lay on the table. So we have before us now Assembly Memorandum, number 2023, cooperative purchase from Bob Services, Inc. through Sourcewell, contract number 093021-SWZ for the purchase of a Schwartz Industries street sweeper for the municipality of Anchorage, not to exceed $225,276,000 for solid waste services. What is the will of the body?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
So I have a motion to lay on the table by Mr. Cross, I believe a second by Ms. Brawley. Now, I would like the administration to provide for us a rationale for why we should lay this on the table.
To the chair and the body, thank you. This item is for purchase of a sweeper for solid services, and there is an extremely long lead time for these items, and right now we're tentatively in the queue. We've talked with the manufacturer. Unfortunately, this was held up in OnBase for several weeks, and we didn't make the addendum, obviously. And we're now advised by the manufacturer that if we don't move ahead expeditiously, and matter of fact, if we wait until the next meeting, which is 3 weeks out, that we would lose the manufacturing season, and this would slip a year to a year and a half into the future. That's why we've asked for this to be laid on the table and moved tonight. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0, this item has been laid on the table. Madam Clerk, do we have a number for that item? $10D23 is what that will be. Thank you. And next we have item in the 10Fs, an information memorandum, AIM, a number 2023, approval of emergency procurement of legal services for the Office of Municipal Attorney to provide defense counsel for indigent defendants utilizing waiver of Title VII, $325,000. So I think I was a little out of order last time. Asking for a motion first, I would like to ask the administration for the rationale for why this should be laid on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have Municipal Attorney Ann Helzer speak to this. Thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you. This is a contract for the defense of indigent clients. It's a conflict situation. The memo I have attached sort of explains that. We do have a court deadline by June 26th to make sure that approximately 80 clients who were previously represented by a different attorney who acted as conflict counsel for the city is now gone. And so we had to secure a new law firm. This is important to note. This is in excess of contract, it shouldn't exceed $325,000. We are looking to keep that far below that number and have negotiated the rates on that. So the real problem is that we had to get this by court order done by June 26th. And I attended a hearing with Judge Chung, and she made that very clear that these clients needed to get counsel or their cases were in danger of being dismissed. So that's the reason for the rush.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm reading through this, and it alludes to the fact that the former contractor who did this work decided to not continue under their contract last month. So this memo is dated June 12th, so I'm assuming sometime in May. Can you please explain a little bit of the rationale? Because if we're being asked to do this now because a contractor decided to not continue their work, I want to know what that situation was. Thanks.
Ms. Hauser.
Yes, through the chair. So Matt Mahalski was the previous conflict counsel. My understanding is that he's been doing that for a few years. We did try to extend his contract, and he was willing to extend it, but he accepted a new position with Denali Law Group, and Denali Law Group has existing cases for defense counsel with the city, and so there was a conflict there. Unfortunately, the conflict had been created. We weren't able to reverse that. And so I attended court to try to ask the court to please pardon us that we were in the middle of an RFP negotiation, and the court graciously gave me this time. By June 12th, we had approximately 12 indigent clients that received counsel, thankfully, but the contract is expected to be signed. Once the assembly approves of this, we will sign this, and then by June 26th, we will have the rest of the indigent clients with proper defense counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So I have a question, and I think when did the judge say we needed to do this to you? What's the timeline?
What was the date? So I attended court on the 26th of May. Mm-hmm. So we had a very short time frame to get this in place. And we did everything that we could to expedite that, including expedited negotiations, which closed a week ago. So we've worked very hard to get to this point.
So I think let's proceed through the votes, and then I have another question that we can take after. But is there a motion?
Motion to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Salt. Anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. All right, thank you. So on a vote of 9-0, that item has been laid on the table. So I have a process question really for Mr. Gates and Ms. Halser. The reason we instituted the 48-hour period was to ensure that if an emergency procurement occurred, the assembly was notified and had an opportunity to call an emergency meeting to say, no, we don't agree. But in this case, this is a regular meeting. It is now before us, and I question if there is any merit or value of the 48-hour waiting period because of that, right? So the purpose of the 48 hours was to provide the assembly to meet and discuss if we had an issue. And so effectively, we're doing that here now. So my question is, does that 48-hour period stand, or can they proceed?
Thank you. I was actually looking at co-accept this 48-hour periods by an ordinance that's not yet codified. So I just need a minute to pull up the ordinance and we can see what it says. Excuse me.
Well, obviously, we would still have to pass the item before any determination was made, but it's now laid on the table. So with that, we conclude the process of laying items on the table. So now I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross. Who was the second? Mr. Myers. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the addendum to the agenda has been incorporated and laid on the table items. Next, we will move on to the appearance request section of our agenda. If you'll note on our agenda, we have 2 individuals scheduled for an appearance request, but we're going to defer 9B to our next meeting. And so tonight we'll hear from our friends from the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. And welcome, and please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly, I'm Don Antrobus, current board president of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, or AUUF for short. We're a small fellowship of about 160 members located in the Airport Heights subdivision. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to address the Assembly, and we would like to thank each one of you for your dedicated service to our community. AUUF is a welcoming community of diverse people who come together to nurture each other, to grow ethically, spiritually, and intellectually, and to help create a just, safe, and caring community. One of our traditions is to donate half of our Sunny collections to a social organization or to a cause that can help further our mission. Our members annually select 12 recipient organizations, one for each month of the year. Each year, one of our chosen recipients for the half portion program is the municipality of Anchorage. AUUF, like other churches, is a tax-exempt organization, and we're not legally obligated to pay taxes. However, we believe that religious organizations do have a responsibility to help support the services that benefit us directly as congregations, like fire protection and other emergency services, transportation systems, snow removal, and road maintenance. Therefore, I'm here this evening to present our annual voluntary payment in lieu of taxes, or pilot for short. We've done so every year for the past 57 years, and this year, our pilot payment is $2,810. Unitarian Universalists promote our shared values through 7 principles. Our 5th principle is the right of conscience and the use of the democratic process within our congregations and in society at large. In support of this principle and in affirmation of the separation of church and state, which protects religious freedom in America, and in gratitude for our city, we're pleased to present our pilot donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it should go to the CFO. Thank you. All right. So that moves us to, I guess I can pivot back to Mr. Gates quickly. Mr. Gates.
Oops. Yes, thank you. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Chair. AO 2023-23S added that 48-hour waiting period that you asked about. And from its language, it says waivers under A2, which is applicable here, shall be reported prior to the execution of any contract under the waiver, and Execution of such a contract may not occur until 48 hours after notice of the waiver is provided. The Assembly may revoke a waiver by resolution, and I read this as requiring a 48-hour waiting period in order for the body to act if they decided they want to revoke this waiver. And so I think the 48-hour waiver period still applies here, even though you have an AIM tonight. It applies from when the notice was sent. I think it was sent first by email today to the body, and that starts the 48-hour clock. That's the way I've interpreted this language. But I welcome other attorneys to opine. This is the first instance I think we've applied this or actually been asked about it.
I think that you're probably correct in your read, and it was an error in the drafting and the moving of the ordinance, and we should consider reviewing that section of the code to add the flexibility that when a presentation has been made, the Assembly can waive the waiting period. So, but that is not a matter for tonight. Thank you. The code sounds pretty clear. So next on the agenda, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, items numbered 10A through 10F, which are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedural, ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. Were we joined by someone on the phone?
Yes, this is Cameron Perez-Verdia.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So I'm guessing you don't have any items to pull?
No, I have no items to pull. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salt?
No items to pull.
Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I have a few, and these may overlap with others. 10A1 and 10A2, and then 10D4, D as in Delta, 10D5, and then 10D18, 10D20, and 10D21. That's it.
Okay, so I have 10A1, 10A2, 10D4, 10D5, 10D18, 20, and 21.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yes, 10 Delta 22.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
No additional items.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca?
No additional items?
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 additional items, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 7, and 10 Delta 15.
So I have 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 7, and 15. Mr. Martinez?
No additional items.
Thank you. Mr. Myers?
No additional items.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go down the list again one last time. That's 10A1, 10A2, 10B2, 10 Delta 4, 5, 7, 15, 18, 20, 21, and 22. And that's it. None? Okay. So now I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Motion to approve.
Second. So moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Mr. Myers. Is there any objection to the motion to approve? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been adopted. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up now, or that were introduced for a public hearing, which are all items in the 10G. If you're here to see action on any items listed on the agenda that were not pulled, those items are now passed or accepted. All right, next we'll move on to item 10A1. Resolution AR 2023-200, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Bradley, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that item is approved unanimously.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
Sorry, I was just going to ask if it would be too late to get my name added to the
Absolutely
support.
not. Yeah, absolutely not. You're good.
Thank
We
you.
will add you.
I'd like to be added as well, Mr. Chair.
All right. You are added. Anyone else? Okay, who is reading and who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I'm reading.
Ms. Bartlett, you have the floor.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day. Whereas in 2000, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution designated June 20th as World Refugee Day. And whereas there are currently over 26 million refugees across the globe who have been forcibly displaced as a result of persecution, violence, or human rights violations. Whereas we recognize the horror of the ongoing refugee crisis occurring in Ukraine and Sudan and the plight of individuals from Afghanistan, all of whom have found a home in Anchorage. Whereas we recognize that finding a sense of home in a new country is a long-term process, and we warmly welcome these new residents to make Anchorage their home. And whereas Alaska welcomed more refugees than ever before in fiscal year 2022, helping 497 individuals from such countries as Afghanistan, Cameroon, Democratic Republic of the Congo, South Sudan, Somalia, Sudan, Ukraine, and many more to restart their lives. Whereas on World Refugee Day, we also honor the humanitarian workers and volunteers, as well as residents who greet and assist these refugees as new Americans. And whereas we welcome our community to help celebrate the resilience of all refugees at our local World Refugee Day event on Thursday, June 22nd, from 4 to 7 p.m. at Grove North Farm. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day and welcomes all refugees living in the municipality of Anchorage and encourages all residents to join in celebrating refugee contributions to our community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of June, 2023.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Issa Spatrasano. I'm the State Refugee Coordinator at Catholic Social Services, and I want to thank the Assembly for once again recognizing World Refugee Day. It's fun because it's actually today. A lot of times we do the resolution way before or sometimes even after, so we actually hit the mark this year right on June 20th. And so I want to thank, definitely also in attendance, New Chance Ukrainian Relief, who have helped bring tons and tons of Ukrainians here to the municipality and help welcome them alongside Catholic Social Services. And if you don't know, there's a National Refugee Congress, and Alaska has a delegate. His name is Madi Akal. He's also joining us. He's the delegate to Refugee Congress on behalf of all of Alaska and travels frequently to speak with legislators and others to speak about his experience coming here as a refugee, which is the most important voice of all. And we hope everybody will come join us at our local World Refugee Day event that is happening this Thursday. It's a really fun party. There'll be food and dancing and local refugees and others sharing their culture with our community. And a big thank you to the municipality of Anchorage, which is the largest location where refugees live in the state. And welcome people from all over the world, and we're seeing a high number of arrivals in the current refugee program from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we continue to be grateful for the support of all residents in Anchorage, and we're just really proud of the work we do, and none of it gets done without the many partners, including the school district and the police department and many others who step up and help us do this work. So thank you so much once again, and I'll see Zori or Madi if you want to say something quickly. No? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have item 10A2, AR 2023-210, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Daniel Dan Moore for more than 30 years of service and dedication to our community. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I will be reading and Mr. Myers will be presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Daniel Dan Moore for more than 30 years of public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Daniel Moore was born and raised in Anchorage, he attended Sand Lake Elementary and Diamond High School, graduating in 1984. He then attended the University of Notre Dame, graduated in 1988 with a Bachelor of Business Administration with focus on accounting, and he became a certified public accountant in 1990. And whereas Daniel is an avid saxophone player, performing with the Anchorage Community Concert Band, including honoring returning Alaska veterans on the honor flight several times at Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. And whereas Daniel is deeply committed to his family, raising two daughters with his wife, Stephanie Galbraith, both West High School graduates who now reside in Washington, D.C., as well as raising $25,000 for Team in Training, an organization that supports blood cancer research and patient care by running 3 marathons in memory of his sister Bradine. Dan has also run more than a dozen half marathons. And whereas Daniel joined the municipality of Anchorage in 1993 as the capital budget officer under the Fink administration, was appointed municipal treasurer by Mayor Mystrom in 1999, and has served under a total of 9 administrations in his 30-year career. And whereas, while serving as municipal treasurer, Daniel has overseen a staff of 27 treasury employees responsible for billing, collection, and revenue analysis audit function associated with over $500 million in annual municipal revenues, including real and personal property taxes, municipal self-reported taxes, and delinquent fines and fees. And whereas Daniel also served as the sole fiduciary responsible for oversight, management, and reporting of $420 million held in the municipal trust fund established following the sale of local telephone and electric utilities. As sole fiduciary, Daniel's duties include oversight of 12 external money managers, an investment consultant and custodian, bank and quarterly reporting to 9-member citizen-based investment advisory commission. Daniel has recently been involved in transitioning the governance of the municipal trust fund from this sole fiduciary model to an independent board of trustees, which represents best practices for a fund that has the size and complexity of the trust. This capstone project will ensure that the fund will be managed in a prudent manner into perpetuity for the benefit of future generations. And whereas Daniel has served as trustee for the Anchorage Police and Fire Retirement System Pension Board since 2004, chaired the Defined Contribution Committee since 1997, which currently oversees approximately $544 million of 401k and 457 plan assets, served as a committee member and is the administrator of the Pre-Funding Investment Program with $42 million of plan assets, and served as a non-voting member to the Police Fire Retiree Medical Trust Board since 1999. And whereas Daniel has given more than 30 years of distinguished service to the municipality, setting an example of excellent public service through his careful stewardship of public funds, positive attitude, commitment to sharing knowledge with and supporting his team, and working hard right up to his last day of work on June 30th, 2023. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Daniel Moore for his contributions during his 30-year career with the municipality of Anchorage and for his service and dedication to the municipality and residents of Anchorage, and congratulates Dan on his upcoming retirement. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of June, 2023.
Mr. Moore.
Is it on? Yes. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the Assembly for this resolution. It's very nice. It's pretty darn long, so thank the audience for listening to all that. It was a long career with the city, 30 years. I do feel like I made a mark, and I feel like a lot of it was very positive. I worked with a lot of different administrations, a lot of different Treasury employees who were absolutely great. And I do appreciate Mayor Bronson, who's not here today, and Mario Bird serving in his absence, for keeping me on board, because with new administrations, you never know if you're going to keep on board. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the support of the Assembly. I know a lot of you are new. You didn't get to work with me quite as much, but hopefully you heard some good things. We do have one more item tonight on the Assembly agenda, so if if you're ready to approve, that would be wonderful. Other than that, I'd like to thank all the people in Treasury, lots of different employees that I've worked with, including some current ones that are here tonight, and one of which flew all day today from a family trip and is very, very tired, but stuck around for this, so I appreciate that. I would like to thank my family. My wife, Stephanie, and my daughters, Maddie and Elise, and my parents. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Travis? Just one moment before we move on to the next item. So next, I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend the rules and lay on the table another resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Barbara A. Jones for her years of dedicated public service with the municipality of Anchorage, AR 2023-212.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Cross, a second by Ms. Brawley. I'll make the argument that time is of the essence because she retires this week. And so now would be the time. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Mr. Myers on the resolution?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Bronca?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes.
Mr. Sult?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, can I ask for a motion to approve?
So move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Myers. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted. And I would love to read this, but I don't think I will be able to. So I'm going to ask Ms. Brawley to read it. Barbara, you want to come forward?
I will do my best. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Barbara A. Jones for her years of dedicated public service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Barbara Jones was born and raised in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, graduated from Lincoln Senior High School, received her BBA from the University of Denver with an award for service in 1987, and in 1992 received her Juris Doctorate with honors. And whereas, after receiving her law degree, Barbara and her husband, Ray Bradbury, moved to Anchorage, where Barbara practiced employment law for 5 years before she heeded the call of public service and accepted the position of staff attorney for the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, AERC, in 1999. And whereas in 2002, Barbara was appointed the executive director of the AERC, serving in that position until 2011, while concurrently serving as staff attorney from 2005 to 2011, and leading the AERC through several major investigations and increasing the AERC's community engagement and outreach efforts. And whereas in January 2011, Barbara was appointed as the ombudsman in the municipality's Office of the Ombudsman, where she worked diligently to restore the office's reputation, including closing 1,200 open cases and implementing an office reorganization that better positioned the office to respond to constituent inquiries and complaints. And whereas on June 19, 2012, Barbara was appointed the Anchorage Municipal Clerk effective July 1, 2012. During her service as municipal clerk, Barbara has worked to maximize public participation in the democratic process of Anchorage's local government, implemented the Assembly's change to a vote-by-mail system, led or participated in numerous Title 28 and Title II updates, oversaw a project to make decades of Assembly legislative documents accessible to the public through the municipal website, has worked with 40 Assembly members and 10 Assembly chairs, and has been a mentor, coach, and cheerleader to her staff. And whereas, as a civically engaged individual, Barbara has volunteered with numerous community groups, helping to build and strengthen the community where she and Ray have raised their children, Claire and Dan, with her community building efforts being recognized in 2015 when she was inducted into the Athena Society and as a YWCA/BP Woman of Achievement. And, almost done, whereas Barbara is a passionate advocate for justice, fairness, equity, and equality in our society, and as a public servant has been a champion of due process and open public process, while consistently striving to assist and empower the public. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Barbara A. Jones for her years of dedicated and devoted service to the municipal clerk's office, the municipality of Anchorage, and the people of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of June, 2023.
Ms. Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hope you know it's been my honor to serve you and all the other Assembly members. I've learned so much about public service, and I hope I've mirrored what so many of you do for your constituents. Thank you. And the other part that I have to say is, wow, what a great team we have. You know, you talked about me being the ombudsman. Well, now you have Darrell Hess, and what a great ombudsman. And we have a legislative services office, and we have a great team there. And you've nominated a new clerk in Jamie and Travis and Mandy and all of our team. You know, they're just awesome. You're going to continue to thrive and do great things. And I can't wait to see what happens next. But thank you so much. I have loved this job more than it's been a career, a passion. I just can't thank you enough for letting me serve you and the public and all of our people. Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is 10B2, AR 2023-211, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing site selection criteria for new permanent year-round low-barrier municipally owned shelter. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of, move to, postpone and set for a public hearing to the meeting of July 11th.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt. The motion is to set for public hearing on the meeting of July 11th. You want to speak to it?
Yeah, briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I laid out in the Clean Slate Strategy timeline, my hope is that we're going to be able to have a public hearing on this resolution and then continue fine-tuning it as we need to before we officially vote at our July 11th meeting. So this is the next step in the process and looking forward to getting it done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, the motion passes. That item is set for public hearing on the meeting of July 11th. Next, we have item 10D4, Assembly Memorandum AM 464-2023, Library Advisory Board. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm blanking on, should I speak to why I pulled this item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I pulled this item for discussion. I know the Library Advisory Board and the library in general, as has been...
I'm sorry, Ms. Brawley, you were right.
Yeah.
to hesitate.
Okay.
Before we speak, we need a motion. So is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Ms. Salt. Now, Ms. Brawley, you pulled the item.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I pulled the item because, well, one, because we've gotten several comments from the public, so I thought it'd be worth having a discussion. And two, again, as I said, the Library Advisory Board and the library in general has been a site and a body with significant conflict over the last, really over the last couple years, but especially in the last couple months. So, so I, again, wanted to bring this for discussion before a vote.
Are you in the queue, Mr. Rivera?
I am, yes.
You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So sorry to complicate things, but I want to move to bifurcate two appointments, Jesse Moody and Robin Branson together, and then Leigh Sloan on her own.
So there's a motion to bifurcate. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. There's a motion to bifurcate on the floor. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for me, there are, I think, two distinct categories here. Jesse and Robin have both been rejected by this assembly in the past for this exact same appointment, and so I see no reason why, to me, we would support their appointment this go-around. Ms. Sloan has not been brought forward for this board before, and I think is deserving of more scrutiny separate from the other two appointees. So for me, I see this as two separate discussions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, a parliamentary question. So under parliamentary rules, if a motion has been made and then the body has rejected that motion, which would be an appointment to a specific commission, is it proper for the motion to be renewed by the administration? Is there a time that needs to pass before they can renew the motion? Because I know under Robert's rules, you cannot renew a motion during the same session or I think within a year. I'm not sure what the parliamentary rule is there.
There is a part of Robert's rules, and I will need to look this up to make sure I'm advising correctly. I do recall, though, that you've made a motion, it's been voted on, and it's done, that you can't make the same motion, the same meeting, or during the same, I guess, session. So you can't simply make the same motion again and try again. That's what reconsideration is for. But there is a procedure that I need to look at for renewal of motions. So when we do a motion to postpone indefinitely, then the motion that was postponed indefinitely, usually it's a motion to approve that's postponed indefinitely, that can be brought back by a motion to renew it. There's sort of a two-step process. The motion to renew, if that's approved, then you go back, move to approve it. I would want to check for a parliamentary process before I explain any further to make sure I'm advising correctly.
I think there's time.
If any of my colleagues can pick up from here.
I think there's time while we dispense with the actual procedural motion of the bifurcation question, but you have a few minutes to make a kind of a deep dive. So, Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have Mr. Byrd speak to the motion to bifurcate, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Rivera, just a point of information, Mr. Chair. Is Mr. Rivera referring to the attempted appointment of Ms. Branson and Ms. Moody from last year or the one from 2 meetings ago, which happened this year?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm referring to the August 23, 2022 attempted appointment.
Thank you, Member Rivera. Through the chair, Member Rivera, our understanding is that this is a different assembly, and when those appointments were postponed at that time, I think the will of the body, as I understood it, was there is no library director, and therefore the body would not be considering these appointments unless and until there's a library director, and that's why we've brought it back before the body.
All right, thank you, Mr. Byrd. So we have before us a motion to bifurcate. Anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia on the motion to bifurcate.
Yes.
That motion fails to pass on a vote of 6-4. So we have now before us the main motion. The motion is to approve Library Advisory Board. Anyone wish to speak on the item? Ms. Braga, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm concerned about all of these appointments. Our library has been the hotbed of conflict, and efforts to ban books have jumped fourfold in the past few years. The libraries are supposed to be a place where we go freely to get access to information without censorship. I don't know much about Mr. Moody and the other person, I'm sorry, I don't see my paper, but I do know that it looks like there's 0 qualifications for choosing library books. One is a bank, he works for a bank, there's nothing about education. The other one likes libraries. I don't know that they appear to be people who would be able to evaluate a book based on its merit. I did ask Ms. Sloan about part of the letter of application that she has in the packet, and it says something about that there may be areas, some books that may need to be put in different places. And she says, I believe that adults should have access to any book, but some books may need to be moved to an area where parents can check them out for themselves and choose those that their children can read. And I gave her a list of books that Wasilla is currently attempting to ban, including Invisible Man, Catch-22, The Things They Carried, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, et cetera, et cetera. And she says that she thinks those are classics and would not need to be moved, but she would need to move books that are more overtly pornographic. My concern is the parent choice movement thinks teaching safe touch, personal safety is pornographic, and where the line of what's a pornographic book might be. Thank you.
The queue has lit up. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. First, I have a question for the administration. I'm looking at the resume of Mr. Moody and seeing that the activities on page 2 have been redacted. And again, as I understand it, redaction is typically someone's home address or personal information, perhaps proprietary information. I just wondered, I suppose you can't speak to what's under there because it's been redacted, but just what was the rationale for redacting a portion of that resume?
Mr. Chair, I would have Mario Bird respond to that question. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Bird, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Brawley, I will find out. I don't have the information right now, but I possibly, if the queue is lit up, I may even have an answer for you in the next 5 minutes. So I'll take a look. But yes, generally we redact for personal information and things like addresses, emails. So.
Thank you. And then I'll just share a general concern I have. So when we review qualifications, obviously we're provided a resume. It is the administration's purview to make appointments, and then it is our purview to confirm them. But I find that there's always this lacking piece, which is, does this individual understand and support the mission of the board or commission that they're appointed to, and are they prepared to serve in that role? And I will just comment that based on the performance at the last Library Advisory Board meeting, including some of the newer appointments, I do have concerns that members may have difficulty separating the public interest from their own personal interest, and I understand that advisory boards are intended to have a diversity of opinions from the public, but I just want to raise that concern based on, again, the very recent experience that we've seen, including a member stepping away from their position and sitting in protest in the audience, which is not in the spirit of serving as a board member. Thank you.
I'm going to save you in the queue, Mr. Rivera, since you spoke already. Mr. Cross.
Yes, I was responding to Karen's comments, and I understand the concern. You know, it isn't, library appointments are going to be difficult because there's this growing concern across the nation with the prolific of information and what our children are being exposed to, not just at libraries, but what's on the phones and what's on their internets. And so we're becoming increasingly concerned as parents about the innocence of our children and what's happening. And so, you know, I can understand, you know, that that's a balance, and that is going to result in a lot of very meaningful, heartfelt conversations, and I don't see them decreasing in time. It's going to probably increase as children are exposed to more and more, becomes readily available. But I do believe that these positions, there shouldn't be a political litmus test, and that's just my fear. I just want to make sure that's not what we're doing. And just looking at the merits of those individuals and saying, you know, with our director in place, what do we want our libraries to look like? Thank you.
Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mario Bird would like to speak to this question as well. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bird, you have the floor. That's the mayor's second turn.
I better make it good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, if I may, to respond to Member Brawley, I have looked at an unredacted version, and I don't see a problem. I'm not sure why it was redacted. So maybe I'm going to have to go to legal. But
So just to be clear, if you're answering a member question, that does not count as one of the turns.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address the other, the broader picture, I'll go back to what you've all heard before, and that is these are voluntary boards. We have over 750 seats on our boards and commissions municipality-wide that we're trying to fill. We are looking for people who are engaged with these areas of municipal government. In this particular area, yes, I agree, it is a hotbed of controversy. Do we simply say to parents who are involved with their kids' education, you're not somebody that we're going to appoint? That's certainly not the mayor's position. I hear the concerns that Member Bronga has brought up, and I just want to address, I think that's one of the reasons why we went out and got the library director that we did. We needed somebody who would meet the approval of this body, who is well established here, and would be somebody who would oversee the library with the degree of experience that is required. I don't think that those same requirements for a library sciences background is something that we've ever had uniformly across our library advisory board. I'll go do the research, but that's been my understanding from what I've seen in the past. So long as I'm here working for the mayor, my job is to try and find people for the community who are willing to, on a volunteer basis, spend their time to assist the community in helping to govern the city. And I think all three of these candidates, for different reasons, measure up. And they're active in the library. They have diverse but well-educated backgrounds. They know what a library is. They take their kids to it, but they also have degrees that means that they've done research and they know the value of having American libraries. So I just wanted to address those two concerns. And Member Brawley, I'm happy to address this with you. It's probably not timely, but I'll certainly bring it up with you after I have a chance to talk it over with law. But I don't see a reason for these redactions, and I don't have a good reason.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the administration, has the library director had a chance to take a look at these? Do you have an opinion from the library director on these nominations?
Through the chair to Mr. Salt, I do not, and one of the reasons, I have no opposition for the library director to weigh in, but our job, as I see it as an executive branch, is to provide people who will assist these boards and commissions from a perspective that is different than somebody who is the paid professional. I think that's the term that's been used, the paid expert. We want people who are involved in the community that are going to assist in providing that voice in an advisory capacity. And now it's explicitly an advisory capacity. I think that's a change that the Assembly made in the last few weeks. So, but we don't have any opposition. If the library director would like to weigh in, we'd love to hear from her.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I still haven't decided where I fall on this question. It's one of those I'm going to be thinking about till the very last minute. I heard the term overtly pornographic as a response to Ms. Brongo's question to one of the nominees. And I had this amazing experience during my campaign in which some members who tend to agree with Ms. Sloan, I guess, took and defaced my political campaign signs with very bright pink neon paint that said child porn on it, and then had pictures of a book that's intended to educate young adults on how to be safe sexually and how to engage in the world that they're growing up in. And the irony isn't lost on me that if those people truly believed that that was kiddie porn, then they were actually purveying child porn into the public square. And it baffles me no end where people would believe they have a right to stop other people's children from being educated by the best of our nation's rigorous educational system, where these books are generated and they're reviewed. And that book was reviewed by 3 librarians and then a 4th librarian, and yet still complaints are being made that it's, quote, pornographic. And we did have a member of that commission stand up, storm out to the audience, but then still acted like a member of the commission by participating from the audience as if they were a member, so not quite understanding what their role was, even when they took a position that they were going to be a member of the public and not a member of the commission. All of this to say, I find it really sad with all of this sturm and drang that's been created over books that are made for kids, young adults, not children, that these are the people who are seeking to serve on these boards, when other members of the community I know who believe in the education of youth and support the mission of the library just aren't getting calls back. So I'm not sure where I fall on this, but that's my commentary on this appointment. So still in the queue now, haven't spoken, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in the point that Mr. Rivera mentioned before with respect to people who have been brought to this position. They were recommended and nominated, and they were already turned down. And I'm going to take the trust assumption that they were turned down for cause and good reason. But I'm curious about why there seems to be some sense of a litmus test to get people to appointments. We heard a few seconds ago a comment around litmus testing, or hopefully we're not litmus testing people out. But I'm curious of why people who have been rejected from previous nominations are continuously recycled into potentially other roles. It seems that some of the appointments, especially just thinking of one of the people who are mentioned here, was recently denied a seat on the Women's Commission. And so it's interesting just to note that why can't we deepen the bench? Why do we have to have folks who are not just coming from a stewardship perspective, but some sort of political litmus test perspective? And so I'm interested in that. Why are we recycling folks who have been rejected to some extent when there are so many people who are interested in serving without political intentions, but really about the purpose of protecting the libraries as an asset of the municipality? So I just put that out there. I don't know if there's a direct answer for me, but I'm concerned that people are recycled who have been rejected for cause, and then we're putting them into other potential nomination slots without necessarily a good reason why. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've repeated this a lot over the years. I always use the same two criteria to judge any and all appointments that come before this body. It doesn't matter how high or how low. And those are pretty simple. One, qualifications, and two, the idea of do no harm. At this point, I'm going to be voting no because as a whole, for all three of the appointees, I'm not sure that both criteria are being met. I agree with the administration. We don't need librarians on the board. I haven't heard anyone say that on this assembly. We need library champions and advocates on the board. So although we are a different assembly, I believe we made a wise decision in 2022 and hope we make a similar decision now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I want to share another thing that disturbed me, having read basically a summary of the Library Advisory Board meeting. I think it was a couple of weeks ago or last week. I believe it was last week. And that was also just the essentially adversarial comments and relationship between some of the advisory board members and the director. I think it is important that the Library Advisory Board take as a basic principle. I appreciate Member Rivera's comments about do no harm, but also that they are there to advise the librarian, the library director, and not just that individual, but for that individual representing an institution. And so it really disturbs me that there has been a recent pattern of conduct against the library director or accusing certain motives of the library director, things like that. I just don't think that's appropriate. And I understand that that behavior is not on these appointees before us, but I am concerned that that is a pattern that is continuing and may continue with the expansion of this board. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
On a vote of 4-6, the appointments have been failed. Next we have, I should say AR 464-2023 has failed to pass the body. Next we have item 10D5, which is AM 465-2023, Budget Advisory Commission. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salt. Ms. Brawley, you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, thank you. I pulled this item to, again, have a discussion about these candidates, not for the same reason, but in particular, I had a concern about one of the candidates. First I'll note, one of these candidates we did not take action on as a body, but was brought forward before, and there was no action. The second one, I'm referring to Mr. Harvey. I have a question. So as I see on the resume, first I'll say this individual does seem qualified. They are, among other things, currently the chief of staff of a current legislator, specifically Senator Kaufman in the Senate. And so I needed to look up which individual. And again, this is not about which individual they are working for, but I do have a concern, two sets of concerns. One is looking at the specifics of qualifications for all boards and commissions. So I'm looking at, now I lost my reference, but it's in Title IV. It says that the individual needs to be domiciled in the municipality during their term in office as a board or commission member. So as a practical matter, a chief of staff for a legislator moves to Juneau for the term of at least regular session, potentially special sessions if they are called to special session outside of that January to April or realistically January to May timeframe. So I have a concern that this person will not be physically present in the municipality. There is the possibility of meetings, virtual meetings, but still it seems like it would be difficult to carve out an hour and a half every month on a Thursday in order to perform this duty when they are, again, the chief of staff for a senator who is the chair of a committee and is otherwise very busy in the Senate majority. So that is my concern on one level. The other level is not strictly qualifications, but it strikes me that that in general, there is a separation, I guess, not separation of powers so much, but a separation of spheres of influence between the municipality and the legislature. Certainly, we want to maintain good relationships, but having an individual who is serving as chief of staff for a current legislator does give me pause because of their role, not because I don't believe they can't separate those two things. But I guess I just wonder, has there been any precedent for that, of a current staff for a current legislator serving on an advisory commission, and one that is the budget advisory commission, which has a pretty big role and has a large scope of influence within our city. So I just wanted to raise those and make sure that my colleagues are aware of that.
I have Mr. Rivera in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Much like not similar to last time, but this go around, I can see myself supporting one of the appointments, but can't see myself supporting the second appointment. And I would rather not vote down someone who I would like to support, although Ms. Brawley does bring up some specific issues that I hope the administration took into account when vetting this individual. So I'm going to try again. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to bifurcate the two appointments to separate votes.
There's a motion to bifurcate by Mr. Rivera.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to discuss the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may vote. The motion is to bifurcate.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 7-3, the item has been bifurcated. Which should we take up first, Mr. Rivera?
Perhaps Mr. Harvey.
Okay. Do we need a separate motion to approve?
No.
All right. So before us, we have the motion to approve Matthew Harvey to the Budget Advisory Commission. Now, there were a bunch of people in the queue. Now there are only two for some reason. Ms. Bronga?
I wasn't going to speak to this.
Okay. Mr. Colhayes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have Mario Bird speak to this, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Brawley, just two things. Number one, we're trying to populate the board you were formerly on. We're trying to get good qualified candidates in there. So we think that both these candidates would be fantastic. Regarding Mr. Harvey and your questions about his services for the legislature, I don't have a specific instance I can think of. Probably there is that institutional knowledge here. More importantly, I think we ran into this as a municipality with a former ethics board member. You may recall Ms. Joan Wilson served on the ethics board. That board in particular had a conflict of interest provision that only applies, I think, to the ethics board. But that is where we would go. If you have a question about whether or not Mr. Harvey can properly segregate his legislative duties from his board duties, I think it's a legitimate question. I would go to the ethics board and say, you know, at what point does he have to bifurcate himself from doing one or the other? But we have no qualms. We think he'd be a great representation for the municipality on the Budget Advisory Commission, and he would have much more insight, I think, than others would. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would support the nomination of Matthew Harvey. Just look at his resume. Bachelor of Science degree, Business Administration, concentration in Financial Management, Project Management Institute, Alaska PMI, Alaska chapter, Vice President, Director of Finance. We can go back and see for the last, for the 2 years prior to that, development coordination of core competencies, contract execution, facilitate strategic planning discussions for focused project delivery. What do we got here? I mean, it is a budget advisory position, so and I don't know what your guys' experience is. It's really hard to find people with good budget experience in this economy right now. So just looking at the resume, I think that his, background, knowledge, and experience would greatly benefit our municipality. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I also want to state, in terms of putting members on this board, because the two current leaders of that board, the chair and the vice chair, have not been brought forward. As I understand it, their terms end at the end of June, and so their seats will also become vacant. So I just want to note that this administration has chosen not to move them forward, even though I know both have applied for reappointment. Perhaps they would come up at a future meeting. And again, I'm not saying that because it's the right choice to continue on the board, but it does mean that that board will not have a chair or vice chair as of July 1st, which will make the meeting difficult regardless of who is approved tonight. And then my question is, and again, I should say, I have nothing, this is not a personal statement against this individual. It is the fact that they are a chief of staff for a legislator is the questions I'm raising. And I would raise it with any other legislator's chief of staff who is appointed or staff member. But I have a question to our council or to perhaps the Department of Law. What is the definition of domicile? Because I understand residency address, keeping a mailing address, but I saw the word domicile in that section of Title IV that speaks to qualifications. And I can go back up and find it. But I just wonder, does that mean physically living within the municipality? Does it mean having property ownership or residence? I just want to understand because I want to know if they're qualified between the months of January and May. Thank you.
4 attorneys and no one wants to take it.
All right, back to Civ Pro 1. Thank you for the question, Member Brawley, through the chair. The concept of domicile basically relates to a person physically going to a location and developing an intent to remain there indefinitely. And that lasts until you go to a different location and develop an intent to remain there indefinitely. It's the same concept by which members of the military, although they may not maintain property in Alaska, can develop domicile having lived here, and until they establish domicile in another state, they're essentially considered to be domiciled in Alaska until they determine they are domiciled somewhere else. So it is not dependent on being physically present at any one point. It is based on having been present at one point, developed that intent, and not developed an intent to remain anywhere else. Was that legalese enough for you, or? All right, thank you.
No, thank you. I wanted to make sure it didn't necessarily mean physically living in that place. But I will say again, Juneau sessions tend to be January through May, so this individual will be living in Juneau for that time.
Mr. Constant, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you. So, I may be biased because I am a Mustang. I attended Cal Poly just like he did. So, but I believe it is demonstrated by his resume that he's very qualified to help the municipality address the budget concerns that we have. And so it is an important question about the role that that person serves in Juneau, because sometimes there can be a harm that cuts both ways, right? So something happens in our budget process that individual didn't get the way that they thought it should go, and then all of a sudden our work in Juneau is at risk because the chief of staff of a senator is saying that's not how it should have been like this, or vice versa, right? I see a lot of potential hazard there, but I am willing to, in this case, take the risk because he does look like a very qualified individual. I think there's just going to need to be some work, maybe the ethics board, but also maybe something more subtle than that can provide a basis for how to navigate, because that is a difficult shoal. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia on the appointment of Mr. Harvey.
No.
On a vote of 9-1, Mr. Harvey has been confirmed. Next, we move to the other bifurcated portion. Mr. Trueblood, is there a motion? Wait, hold on. Don't need a motion. The motion before us is motion to approve John Trueblood to the Budget Advisory Commission. Ms. Bronga.
So I took one of our members' lead and did some court viewing. And There's false complaints, DWI, speeding, evictions, and I really don't feel...
Madam Chair, or excuse me, Ms. Braga, Madam Chair, sat next to Suzanne for so long. It's fine. I think that we should be careful what items we put into the record that might, even though those may be public records,
Okay.
to be not so specific about such matters so we don't defame or create a circumstance where we're harming a person's reputation.
Okay.
It's okay to have an opinion. One might just more carefully craft it.
Well, it's public record and publicly on court view. There are items that I feel are unsavory for an appointment to the municipality of Anchorage.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. So just to follow along with what I asked before, this seems like I think I've seen this person's name before, so this the recycling question. And if I can have some information from the administration, how many previous commissions have this person's been nominated for, and how many times have they been denied, and what were those commissions?
Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I'd like Mario Bird to address that question. Thank you.
Mr. Bird, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Martinez. My recollection, Member Martinez, is that Mr. Trueblood was put forward for this same commission. He was pulled from the consent agenda by, I believe, Member Perez Verdilla, and then the motion died for lack of action. So this is the same commission. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer, and I'm listening and I'm still deliberating, but I do want to encourage that there had been a fishing expedition to get people on boards and commissions for quite some time at this point, and I personally know people who were rounded up and put into commissions that they were qualified to be at, but they didn't necessarily want because we just needed to fill commissions. And I just think that dedicating a little more time on the outreach and the recruitment strategies is going to be important to making sure we have strong candidates for all of these really important voluntary roles. So thank you for the information.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
No.
On a vote of 4 to 6, that item has failed to pass the body. Thank you, everybody. Next, we will have item 10D7. It's the will of the body.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Rivera. Is there a second?
Second?
Who was that?
That was me. Am I allowed to second?
You are not. Only the mayor is allowed to second a motion.
Second.
Is that Mr. Myers?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera moves, Mr. Myers seconds. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I just want to acknowledge that we are spending a lot of time on these appointments today, but I think that is justifiable. I think these are important roles, especially the last one we talked about, the Budget Advisory Commission, and especially this one, the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, which is a quasi-judicial commission. I do have a sort of a general question, and I'm putting faith and trust in my colleagues to respond to this question. Did someone get a chance to vet or more specifically talk with Mr. Klump? And I ask that question because the last 3 appointments to this particular commission, I took it upon myself to interview these commissioners because I think this is a particularly important commission. And I had hoped to do that myself, but I had too damn much going on. So did someone else have the chance to do that? Then that's really important. So in that case, I move to postpone action to the meeting of July 11th to allow us to properly vet this candidate to one of our most important commissions.
There is a motion to
Second.
postpone and seconded by Mr. Salt, moved by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. as soon as the system catches up. Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt.
Mr. Perez Verdilla on postponement to July 11th.
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 467-2023 has been postponed to the meeting of July 11th. Next, we have before us item 10D15.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Rivera,
Second?
seconded by Ms. Bronga. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm supportive of the service that this AM is acquiring. What I'm concerned about is the mechanism. So I've never heard, and perhaps someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard of a 5-year contract before. The way our budget works, we always do 1-year commitments with the possibility of 1-year extensions to a contract. But that is never a certainty, right? We always have to vote on each of those extensions each and every year. So I realized that the AM stated that this was a clerical error. You thought it was a 1-year contract with 4 1-year extensions. Instead, it ended up being a 5-year contract. So I realized that. But what a municipal code actually allows this 5-year contract to move forward? Because I've always been told that we can't do that. We can't do multi-year contracts because of the way our budgeting works. So can someone help clarify, please?
Mr. Colhase.
Mr. Chair, I am not familiar with that code provision, but Purchasing Director Rochelle Alger is here, and she may be able to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alger.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Rivera. So this one came to my attention, I believe, just before we approved this. This one was an error where when I was reading the AM from last year, there was confusion about the length of the contract. So the way that the contract was bid, if memory serves me, and I would be a little more comfortable if I could go and actually pull some additional information and share that with you so that I'm not trying to go from memory, because like you, by the way, I liked that. Good call.
Can I read something? Would you mind? I just want to read from the AM. It says, this requests a sole source purchase with 1 year with 4 additional option years. And so I think maybe we have a conflict of language within the documents.
There's a little more to it, sorry, and when I read through it, I did go line by line with the ruler and really looked at it, so if I could just have a little bit of time, I can provide you guys some
We'll come
more
back to this
information.
item. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go, so we'll come back to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have 10D18, which is AM 486-2023, Amendment 3 with CRW Engineering Group, Civil Engineering Services. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I pulled this item, and it's also a question for basically 10D, 18, 19, and 20. So there's 3, civil engineering services contracts with different entities, some of which I've worked with in the past, so no issue with them in particular. My question is, I see that there's $250,000 on this particular item. It's an amendment to an existing contract. And then subsequently, there's 2 more in the other 2 items, each $250,000 adding on to existing contracts. So my question is, I understand this is a term contract, that there's a variety of work that these firms probably perform under these existing contracts. Is this intended to be in any way the estimated $500,000 total of project management services in order to build the navigation center?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, it is not. These are routine contracts that are primarily used by project management and engineering for design contracts for small road projects, drainage projects, other things that just come up in the course of business, and we found them to be much more efficient to use these than to go out to bid every time a small project such as that comes up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that does make sense from a contracting perspective. Could you give maybe just a couple examples of, and we can take this one with CRW Engineering, of either work that's currently in progress or task orders that you may anticipate coming up in the next, say, 6 months?
Again, through the chair to Member Brawley, Acting Director of PM&E Melinda Kohlhaas is here, and she can speak directly to that. Thank you.
Ms. Kohlhaas, welcome. Hit the mic. There you go.
Hello, good evening, and through the chair, thanks for the question, Member Brawley. In fact, I did write a couple of examples down for each of those term contracts. So CRW, we have a lift station design that we are working with them on, and we also have a planning effort that is proposed, and that's some of these contracts actually are used by other departments, so the planning department is interested in utilizing the CRW contract. So they have some work that's proposed, hopefully that will get underway soon. Just as an example, in the past, one of the items that CRW has helped us perform is an emergency response for the Chester Creek culvert repair, and where they performed design and permitting, so they were able to get that work underway rather quickly and nimbly. For HDR, let's see, I had some examples of some of the drainage studies and modeling projects that they do. One thing that they have done in the past is a water quality design that was to help treat the stormwater drainage runoff out of the Ship Creek Basin. And that's something that you'll see just below the parking lot on between 3rd and 2nd Avenue. So for HDL, some of the example projects that they've been helping us on is 120th Avenue. We've utilized them to perform traffic analysis and data collection in support of one of the road design projects. And another one that they just got underway on is the Forest Park Drive resurfacing design. So those are some examples.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? All right, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 486-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D20, AM 488-2023, Amendment 2 with HDL Engineering Consultants LLC, Civil Engineering Services. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I maybe pulled this one to ask the redundant, or I should say I did pull this one to ask a redundant question, but I think it's already been adequately answered, so I would encourage support of this item.
Anyone else? Anyone else trying to get in the queue? Nope, okay. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 488-2023 has passed the body. Next before us, we have item 10D21, Assembly Memorandum AM 489-2023, sole source purchase from Blank Rome Government Relations LLC for lobbying services. What's the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnston, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd move Constant Amendment 1, which you should all have. Madam Clerk, do you have it? So it's just...
second it.
Thank you. So moved by me and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Assembly approval would be conditioned upon them agreeing to contract amendments that, one, require a lead lobbyist to provide 2 briefings a year. We did the same with our previous lobbyists, or not our previous, with our Juneau lobbyists, which one is before and one is after session. But Congress works differently than the legislature. They kind of have a different rhythm. So we kind of want an early year and a late year briefing, and then a monthly report that they just send our way. The details, the nature of their work. So if members would adopt this amendment, it just would ask the administration to, or let the administration know approval is conditioned on reports from the lobbyist. Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I support this amendment, and again, I will state our intent as the Assembly to be more active in our legislative, I don't know if advocacy is the right word, but legislative engagement, and I believe that this is an important piece of that. And I also just want to note $180,000 for a lobbyist is a lot of money, and so we want to make sure that we're getting good value for our money, that we're getting the information that we need. And again, this is really critical because this lobbying contract is specifically to continue to go to Congress and speak to the need for federal funding. So it is absolutely important, and it is in the best interest of every resident in the city, so that we don't have to foot the bill. And I should say every resident in the state. Thank you. And I should clarify too, we will foot part of the bill, but the more that we can get from federal partners and state partners, the better. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
It was those darn lobbyists who helped get us $200 million for that port.
And I would add, we need help. Members, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to speak to it? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 489-2023 has passed the body. I will say to the administration, Mr. Colhase and Mr. Byrd, as soon as this is executed, I would like the contact for the primary in Washington, because, again, today I nearly had my in-person or face-to-face meeting with the Secretary of HUD, and I want to make sure that our lobbyists are aware of our efforts so that we can make sure it's complimentary and we get the most out of it. So thank you, everybody. Next, we have item 10D22, AM 490-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Jamie Hines, Municipal Clerk. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the special meeting of June 23rd.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to speak to that item?
Yes, that's where we'll have the confirmation hearing, so it just makes sense to have it at the same time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
I forgot to hit save. Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
A vote of 10-0, AM 490-2023 has been postponed to a special meeting on Friday, the 23rd. So we're going to roll back to the item we didn't complete, which was 10D15. I am just going to say, let's take our regularly scheduled dinner break, and then we can take this item up first when we come back. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you, everybody. I think we are assembled, except one. Mr. Johnson? Do we have the purchasing director?
This is all the same one.
Several, there's three. All right, Ms. Alger, did we figure out a path? Did we figure out a path? Okay, Mr. Rivera, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did have a little bit of a sidebar with purchasing, and it looks like we are good to go. And I would urge approval. And, I think I learned a little bit about some of the flexibility we have in our purchasing code, and hopefully looking forward to, part of the reason why I pulled this item was some of the alcohol tax issues that we have. And so looking forward to maybe extending some of that flexibility we have in code to some of our alcohol tax grants. So otherwise, I do urge approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on item 10D15? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 476-2023 has passed the body, which concludes our consent agenda. Next up on the agenda, we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum, AM 421-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Tyler Andrews, Human Resource Director. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, second by Mr. Rivera. Is any discussion?
Yeah, we had an interview with him, was it 2 days ago? Very impressed. Really looking forward to working with him in our Human Resources Department. We probably spent an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, engaging with him in meaningful dialogue and conversations about what we can do to expand our workforce and create improved morale. And I was just overall very impressed with that work session. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cross. It was 1 hour, and some of us might have stuck around after, so I would briefly speak. Oh, wait, we have people in the queue. Sorry, Mr. Johnson first. I'll go after, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to state that I look forward to voting in favor of Mr. Andrews' appointment. I've been impressed by his qualifications, his background, by his collaborative attitude, by his accessibility and professionalism. And in particular, I appreciate his acknowledgement that we are dealing with some significant staffing challenges within the Muni, and recognizing that it is having an impact on the level of service we're able to provide to the public. And then beyond that, I'm impressed by Mr. Andrews, some of the ideas he's put forward, and I think his willingness to consider some thoughtful ideas that might actually make this a more desirable place to work, and I look forward to what I think he'll be able to accomplish in this role. So I'm excited to be voting in favor for this.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to thank Tyler for stepping up. I think we should celebrate professionals who are willing to step up into public service and bring those experiences from the different sectors they may have operated in. And so thank you, Tyler, for stepping up as a professional. And I also had the chance to meet with Tyler and just wanted to echo that I've worked with several directors in the past, and I look forward to working with you, Tyler. Thank you for seeing the value in those experiences and for the commitment to a diversified and robust workforce. Thank you.
Mr. Constant, you recognized?
Thank you. So, Mr. Andrews, you step into this job after a very difficult arc with some true challenges that came through the department you are set to lead as a confirmed director for, where your role somehow became the locus of political activity for the city. And it was a detestable time. And I'm grateful for your commitment to lead us into a new dynamic with the municipality in which the director of that department is focused very closely on ensuring our human resources, our people are supported, that we have people to do the job, and that the best is had for our employees, for our community. And so I'm glad for that. And I am also glad for some of the interactions we've had in which you have recognized what I think is a very strong culture in your office that maybe is a little rigid and could need a little bit of help in being more malleable to the situations that we have. And so that's not to say anybody's doing a bad job. Everybody has their role. But I'm glad for your willingness to look at those issues with a different perspective, because I think that's really what we need right now, and I'm glad to support you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Presverdia, are you there?
There he comes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Okay, are you voting yes on appointment of Mr. Andrews?
Yes. I am. I'm Arnold Tyler. Yes, I'm voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a vote of 10-0, AM 421-2023 has passed the body, and we will take another moment to arrange the dais and swear in the Human Resource Director.
So, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me, I solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of Human Resources Director
of Human Resources Director
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda, we have item 11B, Assembly Memorandum, AM 447-2023, Plating Board. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members. Oh, Ms. Brawley?
I was just going to say, happy to see a fellow planner. I see the letters AICP, which is American Institute of Certified Planners.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
He's
Yes.
getting logged in.
He's here.
Oh, my gosh.
I apologize.
Snuck in on us.
All right. So, as I said, 447-2023 has passed the body, 10-0. Next, we have AR 2023-164, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing that evaluation committees for the legislative branch's request for proposals to be designated by the chair.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Cross,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Taking chair, Mr. Constant, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is a resolution that makes it clear, and it's not a code amendment, but a resolution that makes it clear that the Assembly branch, through the chair, gets to establish who sits on evaluation committees for our proposals. This is not to suggest that we don't want to or will not work with the purchasing department. It's just to say that when we have very specific needs for very specific causes, we have the right to set up who performs the analysis of the actual solicitations that are brought, or the responses to the solicitations that we put out. So this is effectively kind of a housekeeping matter. It came up a few months ago, and it's before us now, and I would urge your support. Anyone else? Mr. Cross.
Yeah, Mr. Constant, can you give me an example of that, and perhaps something like this was?
Yeah, so there was a RFP that we put forward to conduct an actual review of the purchasing process at the Muni, Title VII, and we effectively had some individuals we wanted to see to be on the review committee, and we went back and forth at length, and it was argued that we don't have the authority or right to make those decisions, and we effectively argue back that we do. So. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-164 has passed the body. Next, we have before us one of the signature items of the night. We have item 11D. Resolution AR number 2023-182 as amended, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating not to exceed $11,100,000 of area-wide general fund balance to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund, maintenance and operations department to be used for the construction of a navigation center and emergency shelter. What we have, the item, public hearing was closed on 6/6/23. Mr. Perez-Verdia moved to approve, was seconded by Mr. Vera. It was amended 6/6/2023. Action was postponed from 6/6/23. The motion on the floor is to approve. Who wishes to speak to the item?
Do we not move it doesn't move to approve, or is it?
There's a motion on the floor. The
There's a motion on the
motion
floor?
is to approve the S version. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I will briefly speak to, I guess, what's happened since the last meeting. So we had the benefit of not only our regular budget and finance committee meeting in which we could discuss generally, essentially how much money do we have to put toward this project, among other things. And we've been advised consistently since fall of 2022 from the now acting CFO Alden Thurn and others that the fund balance or the fund source that is proposed for this is not currently available, or there's not sufficient funding. So even if we were to pass this right now, it's not clear how this would get paid for. The other thing we learned is a work session that we had on Friday morning of June 16th. I really encourage anyone who's interested in this topic to go back and watch the recording. I thought that it was a very informative discussion. However, it answered some of our questions, but not all of them. And so we did hear updated information about the operating cost that is anticipated, as well as a staffing plan from the health department, so I appreciate that. We heard updated construction numbers from Mr. Lance Wilbur, our public works director, and others sharing what they believe is the total cost of the project, about $17 million, and the remaining work needed, which was about, I believe, $12.2 million, including construction and project management. So I appreciate that there was a good faith effort toward those things. I also know that there was some discussion of funding sources. Mr. Byrd brought, some initial initial ideas about what may be available, but essentially all of this is to say we have some of our numbers and not all of them, and so I would urge colleagues to consider postponement at this point. And I will leave it to others to speak, I suppose.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. Might as well get that conversation started. I'm going to go ahead and move to postpone action on this item to the meeting of August 22nd.
Second.
Moved, a motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley, postponed to August 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just some brief remarks. So I've repeated this ad nauseum, but it bears repeating. We have a current process which is ongoing to help us come to determination on permanent year-round low barrier shelter. We should let that process play out. And the proposed Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center is a part of that process. And there's a simple reason why, and in my opinion, very logical reason why we should let that process play out. We don't yet have a plan for winter shelter. At most, any shelter we open will accommodate 150 individuals, maybe 200 if we continue with this surge capacity idea. We have a 700-person equation that we need to solve. Folks, we should not be putting all of our eggs in one basket. It is fantasy land to say that building the proposed Tudor and Elmore shelter, or any shelter for that matter, will stop all cold weather deaths this upcoming winter, especially when the shelter likely wouldn't even be open until December. We have no clue what our fiscal picture is going to look like until next month at the earliest or September at the latest. And we still have more work to do to workshop this idea. The Friday work session was great. I think it was a progress in terms of the development of this idea. I think there's still more work to do. And we are currently going through a community process to get this work done in a deliberative and a collaborative way. For me, action, when it comes to shelter, doesn't look like rushing to a decision on this shelter and getting it stood up because we quote-unquote need to do something. That would be unwise. Real action in this case means postponing the vote and getting a sense of the full picture so we don't see more lives lost in the cold this upcoming winter. Some of y'all might be annoyed by all the meetings. Some of y'all might be tired of the talking and the planning. But the reality is that this work needs to be done if we're going to be successful this winter. And it hasn't been done yet. We just started with our winter planning earlier this month. I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting, hopefully by August, we will have some type of concrete plan to talk about, and perhaps even by August, some concrete way for us to be able to fund it, which is why postponing to August makes, for me, an extraordinary amount of sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, that's exhausting to postpone this and keep going, because the problem was, if you remember months ago, they could have built it in 120 days, but I feel like every time that we put this off, we push it further into winter, and we drive the costs up because winter construction is far more expensive than summer construction. And we were talking about this months ago, and it just got put off because we were going after the Arctic Rec Center, and then we were going after this stuff, and I feel like we have attention deficit disorder when it comes to homeless, and we workshop everything to death, and here we are, and still don't know what we're going to do. Still got to workshop it, still got to figure it out. We own the land, we have the permits, we could do this. It was, I mean, and it's not as if this is a new concept. We can go back to 2018 when John Weddleton was up here and they studied 72 different sites and they came up with a plan, and it was, you know, a bipartisan effort, but a different assembly at that time regarding why that was the best location. And we don't have to relive the past, but my fear is that we're just going to continue to work session this, and that by the time it's done, all the hours we spent time thinking about it, we could have volunteered that labor and built the most incredible shelter ever. And I personally, if we can't get this done, I really think we should be fired and we should create a separate entity like we do solid waste services or like AWWU or like the port or anything, and just say, you guys tell us what budget you need to solve this, because I don't know if we as the assembly are doing such a great job at it. We're just going to push it off again. And I feel for the people, comes wintertime, that are going to freeze to death, and they're going to say, well, while you're housing all the stuff that could build a shelter in an Eagle River warehouse and keeping that safe and warm, we have people in need freezing to death. But the materials to build a shelter are safe and warm. And I just feel like that's ethically wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank Mayor Bronson and Mr. Byrd for taking the time the other week to sit down and answer some of my questions, and I think have a pretty thoughtful conversation about this. And as I told them, and I'll say here now, I'm willing to consider the merits of this proposal. I don't have a principled objection to Turner and Elmore. You know, there's some complicated history there, but if ultimately we decide that we can afford it and it's in our best interest and it is a viable solution, then you know, I'm willing to put it on the table. But I did say that there were a couple questions I had to have, I felt, definitive answers to before I'd be ready to support the project. One was an accurate estimation of what the true cost would be to get it completed. And then with that, confidence that we had the funds available to pay for it. And I understand that this is something that is a work in progress, but you know, as of today, we don't know that we have the $15 million we need to get this across the line. And so I don't feel that, in good faith, I could support this resolution tonight without being able to answer that. I said the one scenario I absolutely would not entertain is one wherein we start down the road to construction, get it halfway done, and then find that we are essentially out of money and it sits there half completed, and we've exhausted all available funds for something that will not serve a very vulnerable and needy population. And I fear that if we were to vote in favor of the resolution tonight, that is a plausible scenario. But that being said, I also think postponing till August 22nd is just too far out of a timeline, and so I'm not going to vote in favor of postponement until that time. I think if we wait until August, then for all intents and purposes, we have decided that we will not support this project this year, because frankly, if we vote on it then, I think we'll be too late into the season to start construction, and I do not see it being completed in a timeline to where we'd actually be able to put it to use this winter. So I think that's too far of a horizon. I would prefer that we take this up, not tonight, but at a sooner date, hopefully when we have the information we need to make an informed choice. So that's my position. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you can go back to the tape, and I believe as we emerged or as we even entered last winter, I predicted we'd be in this position, that we're heading into another winter, we had plenty of time, and we still have no plan. We won't have a plan till it's too late. And this plan is flawed as well. We don't have the funding for it. It most likely won't get done in time for the initiation of the cold weather. It's not big enough. It won't hold everybody. But if we continue to spin our wheels and do nothing, we're not going to chip away at this. Of course, we want to look at, you know, housing first and better shelter for people. You know, try to give them some kind of independence, some sense of pride. And that looks like some kind of apartments or some kind of hotel conversions. But we don't have that. The reality is we have 600 people that are on the street that are going to need somewhere to go in the winter. And this may not be a perfect solution, but it's part of the solution. And we've got to start doing something. And maybe we only need a facility like this for a few years till we can get people housed. We can start spending more time keeping people in the houses they have, getting them the counseling they have so they can enter back in society, so we can get help from the state. I've seen very little help from the state, and Anchorage is bearing the brunt of the homeless issue for the state. API has a waiting list. We don't have any other facilities like API. So I'm torn. Again, we don't have the funding for this. It's not big enough, but again, it's something that we need to do. And I'm kind of at the point we just need to decide and move on. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
So I couldn't vote on this tonight because I asked Mr. Byrd, and he's still working on it, what the egress road for Campbell Airstrip. They are in the crosshairs of possible wildfire if this facility was to go in right next to the Campbell tract. And he was going to get back to me. I imagine you're still researching, but we would need to know that there is a way for those residents to escape the top of Basher Road if there is a wildfire, and this facility down below puts them at great risk.
Is that it? Mr. Martinez.
And just to be clear, Chair, this is to the motion to postpone. So, thank you, Chair. From my vantage point, you're going to have a yes note to postpone and a no vote from me to do this. There's a phrasing that just strikes in my mind: the fruits of a poisonous tree are poisonous. Well, this is the roots of the poisonous tree. There's actually construction begun in the hole in the ground. And I think what we keep hearing is we don't have the money, we don't know where the funding sources are, so that's the wrong process. We hear challenges with site location, both whether there's the neighborhood concerns, the university area community council's concerns that have been articulated and recorded, or whether they are the emergency route concerns that we just heard from Member Braga. Wrong place. And then the wrong plan. If I ask a provider that says, and I ask a provider to say, hey, if you're going to duplicate your services, what works today, what would you do? And if they're not picking this as an option. So I see wrong plan, wrong place, wrong process. I think this is, we've already have a lawsuit on this project. This is going down the wrong direction, and I do want to articulate that I do believe that housing first is the solution, that permanent supportive housing is the solution. And if we're going to put substantial amount of dollars that we don't know whether we have or not into the process, that we should be alleviating the pressure on the shelter system by working downstream in the most effective way possible for the city. That's my thoughts today. I will support the motion to postpone because I will vote no on the main motion as is today. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments. I will be voting yes to postpone. I want to just be really clear that I think it's really important that we're clear that this is not a viable project this year. And I think a lot of what's being done and said about this project is giving false hope to something that actually is not going to happen. And so if it was possible, if it was a viable project, if the work that needed to be done a year ago was done, then I would seriously consider it. But it's just not a viable project, and it's taking a lot of effort and time away from the efforts to develop a really thoughtful and comprehensive plan for what we're going to do for winter. We as a city need a low barrier emergency shelter. Certainly we do. We don't want to rush and throw one up in the middle of winter. We want to do it right. There are other options. We saw that last winter non-congregate housing was not the ideal, but was a viable solution to get us through that period of time. I think that's something that we should be considering moving forward. This project, I'd said at the work session, it feels like Groundhog Day. We are having the same conversation again, and members of this body are frustrated because we're not doing something. But doing the wrong thing is worse than doing something. And so I will not be supporting this project until I have assurance that it's actually a viable project and it's something that's going to be the right fit for our city. But I do appreciate the work that's been done by Mr. Rivera and others to develop a thoughtful plan for this winter. We have, I think we have the resources and we have the people and the energy to actually come up with something that will work. And then let's spend the time to actually plan and collaboratively develop a low barrier shelter for this city. And let's not do it in isolation. Let's do it with our partners. Let's do it with the Coalition to End Homelessness. Let's do it with all of our service providers. Let's bring people into the city who know what they're doing and not continue to depend on people who don't know what they're doing to try to plan projects. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I really appreciate the comments by Member Perez-Fredilla. Some of them echo what I would like to say. Echoing what he said, a lot of promises and a lot of hope has been hung on this project over the last couple years, and I believe that we really need to separate the discussion of our need for winter shelter and our need for year-round low-barrier shelter and shelter that serves a variety of populations in our city from the feasibility discussion of this particular location and this particular capital project. And I also want to again, be clear about the timeline. What we heard is that it could be built 6 months, approximately 6 months after a contract is awarded. And as we know, going through the contracting process takes a few weeks. Even if it is expedited for something this scale, we want to make sure we do it right. And so just speaking to the notion that if we postpone this, it kills the project. I don't believe that's true because we're talking about a major capital project. We have not talked about financing this project through bonds. We've only talked about it with, an outlay of cash up front. There's other options that we can pursue. And then I also want to speak to the idea that we're not doing anything. I think there are other viable options that this body is exploring and hopefully working with the administration. Mr. Perez-Fredilla mentioned non-congregate shelter in hotels. Mr. Rivera and I have already started looking into that, and I know that's been discussed at the Housing and Homelessness Committee. So I think there's recognition that there's two tracks. There's the what do we do with this winter with folks as soon as we can, as best we can, and then longer term, how do we build the system that we need? And I definitely put this project in that second category. And so again, I don't believe that postponing it is killing it. I believe that we do not have the answers to vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, I think the actual idea of the center is a great one. I live nearby. I think it has the opportunity to house and rehabilitate. It has the opportunity to create jobs. But I think the information is key, and we just don't have all of it. I think it is unfortunate that it has been postponed this long, but I really think that it must be clear and concise, well-planned and well thought out before we take action. I would urge to postpone.
Next, we have Mr. Myers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would not be in favor of postponing, and I have a question. If we're not going to move forward with this project, are we going to move all the supplies that have been sitting in a warehouse in Eagle River for the past year out? We've paid for those. They've been sitting there. We've paid a substantial amount of money to start the project and to where it's been sitting. So I think it's time to make a decision and move forward, and I would call the question.
Is there a second? There's no second, so the question has not been called. Mr. Cross.
I just wanted to ask a question. Ms. Brawley had said it was 6 points from the time a bid was rewarded, but that was not. And I was wondering if Mr. Byrd or something, or who, I'm trying to remember who it was that we heard testimony with. My understanding it was 6 months total. And that meant that while the RFP and everything was going out. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on timelines. My understanding was December house people, but I want to make sure my information is accurate on timelines. Because an RFP would take, 17 weeks if we went back to the drawing board? And then time after that, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on my dates because it sounds like we might be under a misconception. Thank you.
Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not at the work session Friday, so I can't speak to what may have changed in the timeline. Lance Wilbur is in the building. We're trying to locate him. He would be able to maybe address that more specifically. Thank you.
In that case, I think we can vote on the vote to postpone, and that'll be an informational item from Lance. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I will say that I'm very much in the same position as Mr. Martinez, is that I'm a no on this project, and if I'm forced to vote on the main motion or some continuation that makes it so soon, we won't have additional information like what is the position of our municipal fisc, do we have a fund balance, et cetera, then I'll be a no. And I would vote yes on the motion to postpone. Because we only have 10 people tonight, it's a very close margin, so lots of 6-4 votes tonight. And so I am in the position where if this motion fails, then when we get to the main motion, the next vote is no. Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wilbur is in the audience if you were interested in questions on the timeline for proceeding.
You can have him back, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbur, can you just speak to the timelines on the NAV Center? Can you refresh your memories from the Friday timeline? Was it 6 months to where we were able to house people, or was it was it an RFP section and then 6 months? Can you clarify and help us remember?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Cross, we suggested it would be 6 months from the notice to proceed. Once we have a contractor on board, we go through that, whatever process we go through, we negotiate, and we've come to it, and we've got an agreement from the Assembly to award it to a contractor. 6 months from that day is the time frame. The contractor may be able to deliver it faster, but that is the number that we had proposed.
And how long would you anticipate that notice till we got to a notice to proceed?
How long would it take us to get to the notice to proceed? Based on the whereases in the draft AR that you have, there's a lot of steps that would need to occur prior to the award of the contract. So if those steps were to take place as well, which is, I think there were some steps in there that you wanted to see guests or residents inside the Golden Lion. So that process would have to take place, and then we would be on our way.
All right, thank you. In which case, I would support postponing because I think we have kicked this can so far down the road, there's no way we're going to have congregate shelter, and we will be opening the Sullivan Arena. Thank you.
I'll just say one last thing. For the project before, just as a point of reference in time, a notice to proceed was required before construction began, and a notice to proceed never happened. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. On a vote of 7-3, that motion passes. This item will be back before us in the meeting of August 22nd. Next up on the agenda, we have item 13A. This is a public hearing item continued from the meeting of May the 9th, 2023. AO 2023-34, an ordinance authorizing and approving the adoption of the Port of Alaska Tariff Number 10.0. So I'll reopen the public hearing for now. I would ask the members to consider making a motion to postpone this item to a meeting in July so we can have the full body here.
Motion so moved.
The motion is to continue, thank you, to the meeting of
July 25th.
July 25th. Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by, I think it was Mr. Prisverdia. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Mr. Rivera.
I'm sorry. Perhaps I just was not paying attention, but did you open a public hearing?
I did.
Okay.
And then we continue the public hearing.
Thanks.
The motion is to continue the public hearing to, you're listed as recused or abstained somehow, Mr. Rivera?
Point of clarification, by the way.
Sure.
It says July 22nd. Just point that out.
Oh, instead of July, I probably said July 22nd, it's the 25th. Thank you.
Can the clerk please reflect me as a yes vote on that motion?
So on a vote of 8-1, the item has been postponed to the meeting of 7/25/2023. Next, we have a continued public hearing, item 13B, AO 2023-58, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending AMC 27.40.010 to establish the provision of municipal cemeteries as a power exercise on an area-wide basis. There's also a substitute version. This item was continued from the meeting on May the 9th. The public hearing on this item is now open again. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing of this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
I would move to approve the S version.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Cross, the S version. Who would wish to speak to the item? Anyone?
So we've been working on this
Mr.
a long
Cross.
time. Did you want me to? Mr.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Cross.
Thank you. Zach pointed at me, so I figured that was my cue.
I was going to say your name.
Thank you. We've been working on this one for years. It's interesting that we haven't actually had to develop or build a cemetery in over 100 years. And what we've discovered along that process, there really wasn't a entity or a well thought out organization on how to make that happen. It had basically fallen back on, Girdwood have their own district, Girdwood District would have to take care of themselves, Anchorage, and then Eagle River, and it was all subdivided, and it was really unclear regarding how those powers laid and who was the determining factor. However, even though the way it was set up, a district would tax themselves in order to build a public cemetery that benefits all of Anchorage, and anybody, because it's public cemetery, anybody who wants to be buried there would be able to be buried there, which means it would only make sense that instead of it being whether it being specific to an area, it would be area-wide to all of Anchorage. And so this board and this commission was established. These cemetery powers were basically clarified through this ordinance. It is important to note that how this history and everything came to be, although that's important information, I know that Dean was working on that. And he wasn't able to get that to us this night as part of a memorandum. If that's important for you to say, I want to look at that before I vote on that, let us know and we'll postpone it. But the heart of the matter is the informational items will help give historical context, but it's not going to change the S version. The S version stands. We're establishing the cemetery board, and that's really the 900-pound gorilla. That'll allow us to start doing some significant planning in both Girdwood and Chugach, because we are in desperate need of resolving these cemetery issues, which we've been languishing for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you to Member Cross for his work on this, and also to former Chair LaFrance, who I think was also involved in the drafting. I am enthusiastically in support of this measure. Girdwood lies within District 6, which I represent, and I've heard, I think resoundingly from the community, how meaningful it would be for them if they were afforded a path forward to build a cemetery within their community. People feel closely tied to the place they're from and they live, and I think having the option to choose that as their final resting place is pretty significant and meaningful, so I hope the body will support this measure.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So I do have a question, but I'll say I believe I support this. Well, maybe I'll ask the question first. So because there's this reference on page 2, whereas there's a reasonable basis for disagreement, I guess I just wanted the very short version of that, and if we create any legal issues by essentially asserting this in the ordinance. Yeah, maybe a question for council.
I can take that question, Mr. Chair. Yes, at the beginning of, well, I wouldn't say, but I believe probably last year, end of the year or so, we had a discussion about, among several attorneys in the Department of Law, myself, contracted counsel, and we had 3 different views or perspectives of whether cemeteries are an area-wide power, or can they be bonded with an area-wide bond. And so there's a little ambiguity, I think. There's also different perspectives of whether it's area-wide or not. When you talk to members of the community in Girdwood or Chugach Eagle River, and the legal memorandum that's, I guess, almost finished, and I very much apologize for not having it done for tonight. That was certainly the goal. But it wouldn't change, I guess, what's in the ordinance, and it's what it proposes. But it will basically say that to become an area-wide service and how to acquire a service as an area-wide power requires some sort of action, and here's this action that we can take, doing it by ordinance here to remove any ambiguity or different perspectives that are out there, and in the ambiguity and in terms of proposing an area-wide bond proposition to build a cemetery in Chugach, Eagle River, or Goodwood. And so I think this clears the path from a legal perspective to making sure that that's a solid bond proposition. And Mr. Bowman, he, I think, was ready to maybe add something if you wanted.
Mr. Bowman.
I would just like to weigh in and say that Mr. Gates's characterization of the discussions and the conversation is exceedingly accurate, that there has been some past practices where the cemeteries have been treated sometimes as an area-wide power, sometimes not. So instead of, we're just moving forward and embracing clearing the way, to clear the path, I believe was Dean's phrase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. Yeah, thank you for that. And I'd also say that I appreciate that the memo is not ready. That doesn't change my support of this, but I appreciate the context as I was not on this body for that discussion last year. And then I'll just observe I do support this because I think it's an exciting and sometimes rare opportunity because we have distinct communities within the municipality of Anchorage. We have Girdwood, we have Eagle River and Chugach, and then we have the Anchorage Bowl. And sometimes it feels like there's very little that unites us, other than that boundary. And so this is a great opportunity to not only unite us in life, but unite us all in death and make it possible for us to be permanently interred in our place of choice within a municipality.
Mr. Constant, you recognize?
Yeah, thank you. So I have two questions. One really, but I was coming in prepared not to support this or amend it because of that grant that was proposed by the state budget to provide $1.6 million to Eagle River, Chugach for their cemetery. Right. And so that was on my list because we're going to suddenly come up with an area-wide power where all of us are going to be expected to pay for Chugach, Eagle River to have their own cemetery, but yet the largesse coming. So the governor vetoed that, which is interesting, and it puts me in a position to reconsider. And then comes the next question. And this is the big one. It's a very interesting question and probably no good answers tonight. And generally I support this. It's really the technical details now that are curious to me. There has been a petition filed at the local boundary commission to de-annex Chugach, Eagle River. So imagine for a minute, the voters of Anchorage pledged the full faith and credit of the municipality to build a Girdwood and Eagle River cemetery. And then a detachment occurs. What's the process for relieving the taxpayers of the municipality of Anchorage of the burden of the full faith and credit that we've pledged on a facility in a community that has left us? Mr. Gates?
Well, it's, of course, very interesting to discuss the hypotheticals. We don't have that situation actually in front of us for de-annex. However, I believe it would be handled we'll cross that bridge when we get there. How I think it would be handled is transferring some proportionate share of whatever bonded liabilities we have at the municipality to the de-annexed area and keeping a proportionate share with the original municipality. It would be a fair and equitable distribution or split of, I think, assets and liabilities between the now separated governments. And that's just speaking generally. I don't think it would be like an obstacle we can't overcome. It's been done before. I think that if you wanted details, I would be calling on some experts in the public finance and investments division. So that's sort of my quick take on that question.
So would it be expensive for, say we had a $2 million cemetery that the muni, all of us pledged, and then it was no longer muni, would we see an equitable share of $2 million coming back to us from the folks who we put down our full faith and credit? It may be a question that is something off in the future, but there is a real petition filed. So now when I'm asked to fund projects out there, I certainly have to ask myself, what are the ramifications of this decision today?
Well, that's getting into the weeds, and like I said, we'd cross that bridge when we get there. I don't think it would be unfair to either government if the de-annex actually happens.
Mr. Bowman?
And I don't have a good answer to your question right now, Mr. Chair, but we do have other infrastructure and assets which would fall into exactly the same category in that Chugach Eagle River area. So it is a question that whether or not we go forward with the cemetery as an area-wide power, we will, if the de-annexation occurs, we'll have to address. There's other assets that are out there that dwarf the cemetery in value.
Right, I'm absolutely aware, and that is why I wanted to bring this up. So again, it's kind of abstract, but we're now being asked, and I support the idea of making this an area-wide power, but at the same time, in the back of my head, I ask, what's it really going to cost? Because the cost isn't settled until that question is. Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just one clarification. You said this is a cemetery for Chugach Eagle River. This is an Anchorage cemetery that happens to be located in Chugach Eagle River. But anybody in Anchorage is open to use it. It's not just specific. And from my understanding, as far as how that is, the people from Eagle Exit recognize that on all the public lands that are out there, the Anchorage lands that are in there, that's going to come with a hefty price tag, and that's a price that they're going to have to decide if they're going to weigh and pay and how they're going to do that. And that's a very clear reality that there is a slight chance that their property taxes might go up in order to pay for all these assets they acquire. But that is something they'll have to look at through that 2-year period of that boundary commission, and it's, we'll see what happens. Thank you.
That is the interesting question. Thank you, everybody. Anyone else wish to speak? Motions before us, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AO 2023-58 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14A, which is Assembly Memorandum AM 371-2023, Employee Relations Board. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queetnow, West Anchorage. I want to remind you, I haven't read the code recently, but the last time I looked at it, you're supposed to approve nominations based on qualifications alone, not based on political views. That's what the code says, and do no harm is not in the code either. So, through the chair, Mr. Martinez, you said there's a pattern of like the recycling of people. Well, I have been around here for the last 3 years, and there is a definite pattern that the assembly is not approving people to commissions and boards that do not agree with their political agenda, rather than approving these people based on their qualifications. And I'm not the only one who has noticed that pattern. You want diversity. Diversity, by definition, is a different kind, form, or character, various kinds of forms, including representatives from more than one social, culture, or economic group. If you don't agree with somebody's opinion and you want diversity, you have all opinions on that board. And the other thing that I think that you're doing by selecting only people that agree with you, it's actually a form of censorship. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might have to say. And by eliminating all the people that you don't like because they have a different opinion of you, you're censoring the diversity of the city. And you certainly don't have a representation of the various people of the city on those boards. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross, you want to speak?
I would encourage your support. I've known Matt Cruikshank for several years. He is just a self-sacrificing, humble servant of everything that happens in our community that's happened. And I just tell you, he is not one direction or the other. He is right down the middle, just a logical human being, and analyzes the merits of something and makes sound, wise decisions. And I think he would be he'd be spectacular as far as an employee relation board. I couldn't think of another position that fits somebody better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga.
I've heard similar things about this candidate, but again, I did see some things. And I know we all have a phase in our lives where maybe we make some bad choices, but
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for the administration. And again, I will echo, I don't know this individual, but generally good things. My question is on the vacancy. So I see that the term for this particular seat expires October 14th, 2023. It's approximately 4 months from now. So my question is, I assume that they cannot be appointed to a longer term if this is a specific seat. I believe there's 5 members of this board. It's very specific. But what is the intent of the administration with this particular seat or this particular individual, assuming that we approve him?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, I would ask Mario Byrd to please respond to that. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Brawley. My understanding of the Employee Relations Board is it's a 3-member board, not a 5-member board. One is management, one is labor, and one is at-large. So Mr. Cruikshank, I think, has been put forward as the labor member, and I think he's a former president of Local 71. So he's got a sterling record as far as I can see, working in the government, both at the state and the local level. He sits on a number of community councils. We think he's a great candidate. Sorry, I think I've addressed your question, but was there another component to it?
Yeah, actually, my question is not so much the qualifications, it's really just
the term.
The term,
Right.
Because I can imagine being appointed to something, and I appreciate your correction about it being a 3-member board. If you're serving in a term for 3 or 4 months, presumably you're getting caught up, and then what is the administration's intent for this particular seat after that? Like, are you contemplating a reappointment, or is this something where this person's only going to serve in this particular term?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, yes, I don't think there is a term limit for this particular board. I could be wrong. I'll go back and check. But would we be expecting him to be reappointed? I think that's certainly not out of the question. I think we'll probably review most of our appointees coming up in October of this year and decide which our reappointments we'll put forward to this body. I think there's a high likelihood that you'd see somebody like Mr. Cruikshank, but I think we'd also want to see how do things go. I think this is a board that currently does not have a quorum, and his appointment would constitute a quorum, so that's one of the reasons that we're putting him forward now.
Anything else? All right, thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I absolutely support this appointment. I think Mr. Cruikshank will do an excellent job on the Employee Relations Board. I also just want to briefly address something that we heard in testimony. And this issue is actually going to come up a little bit later when we get to the municipal trust. You'll see an amendment from me on this particular issue. And that deals with 5.07 in our charter, so municipal charter 5.07 boards and commissions, where it talks about the mayor appoints the members of boards and commissions unless otherwise specifically provided in this charter. Appointments are subject to confirmation by the assembly. So between the charter and municipal code, right, there are no provisions that say the assembly must only think of certain things when considering confirmation. And by the way, it does not say we must confirm. It says they are subject to confirmation. So I think it's just important for us to make sure that we're thinking about boards and commissions. Each of us are going to think about it, I think, in our own way of what it means to be qualified and what other criteria do we have when it comes to doing our roles as elected officials when it comes to subject to confirmation by the Assembly. And for me, I've been pretty clear about what my criteria are that I look at, 2 criteria. And I think Mr. Cruikshank, getting back to the matter at hand, qualifies for both of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also encourage support of Mr. Cruikshank. I know him, and as Mr. Cross stated earlier, he's an unbiased and he's a servant, and we need people who are willing to serve on these boards and commissions, and we need this particular seat filled. So I'll be a yes vote on this.
Thank you.
Mr. Cossett?
Thank you. Yep, I too strongly support Mr. Cruikshank's confirmation into the seat on the Employee Relations Board. He is the labor representative. He's a strong supporter of labor, thoughtful gentleman, and I too would like to speak on the testimony that we heard, and just to say that there is nobody, to all of my member peers here, there is nobody who can crawl into your mind and tell you how to judge qualifications. You are the judge of qualifications, period, full stop. And it's when 7 of us agree, the answer is yes. And so that's the bottom line for this. No matter what kind of browbeating we might hear or what opinions people might have differently, I welcome those folks to please run for office and join us up here to help make these decisions. But back to the matter, Mr. Cruikshank is qualified and probably an ideal candidate for this position. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 371-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2023-60, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the basis of design concept submitted by the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and Design Advisory Board that will govern the Phase 2 modified concept for the Port of Alaska general purpose cargo terminals. This item includes the regular, the introduced version, then an S version as well, an S1 version. The public hearing on this item is now open. And separately, like the one we did before, I would ask my peers to consider please postponing this to the meeting of the 25th of July so that we can have the full complement of the body with us when we take it up. Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to postpone to the meeting of July 11th.
So we have already taken up the tariff on the 25th, and so it's going to be port night, and the port director is gone on the 11th.
I could support moving this to July 25th. I do think it's possible that the discussion of the tariff could be informed by the design, and I think it would be easier to have that conversation if we were not talking about the approved design purely as various hypothetical scenarios, but rather something that we had already taken action on. So in my mind, there's value in taking those up separately, but I understand that the 11th is maybe not the ideal date to consider this, so I respect moving it to the 25th.
So, second.
All right. Mr. Johnson moves, Mr. Cross seconds, and I can assure you we will take up the design before we take up the tariff on that night, if members agree. So any discussion on this item? Ms. Brawley, you're in the queue.
Yeah, and I understand, I do support postponement. I support having further discussion, making sure that we get this right. I guess I would also ask, and I don't know if this is typically done, I would like to see an estimated, even if it's a very rough, total cost for this project. I didn't see that in the AO or the memo, and I know it's been discussed, but I think it's important to understand the financial implications of the design that we choose. So again, I'm not asking for a full workup of that, just really basic numbers, and I would like to see that before we see this again. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I support moving it. There was some information at the last work sessions we had both on the tariff and design that we're waiting to get back to it. I know we already voted on the tariff, but it was give us a larger scale, what's the impact on like a vehicle or a house or something. You know, they used milk and butter. It was such a, but that's just one end of the spectrum. So again, I support so that we can take those both up at in the same meeting, and also get some of these last questions that we had asked at the last work sessions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone the meeting to July 25th. On a vote of 10 to 0, AO 2023-60 has been postponed to the meeting of July 25th. That's including all of the items under 14B. Next, we have item 14C, AR 2023-184, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,210,800 for Convention Center Capital Reserve Fund 2020-30 fund balance within the Convention Center Capital Reserve Fund 2020-30 as a transfer, and appropriating said transfer to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401-800 for capital improvements at the William A. Egan and Denina Civic and Convention Centers. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Solt. Anyone wish to speak to this item? So I have a quick question.
Mr. Constant, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Colhase, so Denina Center, a year ago, I asked the administration, and a year before that too, this request has been going on now, I think for 4 years, to look at the lighting on the sculpture inside the Denina Center, the large hanging sculpture that hangs from the 4th floor ceiling down. The lights have been progressively burning out. And that is a public art installation, and the lights are actually an element of the sculpture. And when it's fully working, it is one of the most beautiful sculptures I've ever seen. And I just can't seem to get the will by the departments to fix the lights on that sculpture. And yet we have a funding source that regenerates every year to do it. And I just can't seem to get it done. I would sure love for you or someone in the administration to adopt the effort to make that sculpture whole.
Mr. Chair, consider it adopted.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Braga.
So as far as the Egan work here, when I went and met with Mayor Bronson, he was talking about possibly moving something to the Egan Center. I don't want to say what he was talking about, but something that's out in East Anchorage maybe into there. And it seems like if he's really seriously thinking about doing that, we wouldn't want to do this work until that decision was made. So if there are any plans of moving some sort of visitors center into there, I don't think this Egan work should be done, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Was that a question? Okay. Mr. Colhase.
So through the chair to Member Braga, I'm aware of preliminary, not even discussions, considerations of moving an entity into the Egan Center. I'm not aware that it has any more traction than that, but I will make sure that that we do not inappropriately spend money if we are planning on another use for the Egan Center.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AR 2023-184 has passed the body. Next up, we have 14D, AO 2023-68, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing Chapter 4.50.090, Investment Advisory Commission, and amending Chapter 1.35, Oaths of Office, Chapter 4.40, Regulatory and Adjudicatory Boards and Commissions, Chapter 6.50.010, 2.030, Chief Fiscal Officer, issuance of regulations and investment guidelines for municipal funds in Chapter 6.50.060 MOA Trust Fund in support of creation of a new fiduciary board of trustees to oversee and manage the Municipality of Anchorage Trust Fund and investment-related technical reference changes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My legal name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree. She and her pronouns, trans-Alaskan female, 13 years.
Can you turn the mic on?
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, trans-Alaskan, 13 years, female. When you guys throw things up there like this and ask for our public testimony, I often look at it and go, what language is this? Who's overseeing it now seems like it's a joke, and when you're asking to change things, it seems like even a bigger joke, like egg in our face, trying to understand what you're asking, which way you're asking, with very little information, but yet you guys, the computer, have all the information, and you can print it out all you want to, and we don't know half the time what you guys are going to be talking about one night from the next, it seems, and if we have a job, you can't keep up with everything that you got going on. So as far as this goes here, until you guys can figure out how to streamline y'all's own budget and streamline where we have what invested, to be able to keep track of it as far as the people, a government for the people, by the people, you have us all lost, and then you have the advantage. And y'all's red tape is doing a lot of killing of a lot of people for a lot of reasons, at the same time as doing a lot of good. So as like last time, and I'll say again, I hope and pray the brain power that's in this room is making the right decisions for our children's and our children's children. So if you guys feel that this is the right way, I guess as the people, so nobody else is going to stand up here and tell you guys, I hope it's the right one. I really do. Because I don't see anybody else behind me willing to say anything. And that's y'all's approval rating. You guys have a good night. Best of luck.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And I will only briefly speak to this and then invite up members of the administration to speak to it. So this is something that I referred to earlier in the meeting. This is establishing a 7-person, I believe it's 7-person, advisory commission, basically replacing the one individual who has been faithfully executing and managing these funds for many years, Mr. Dan Moore, who we earlier recognized. And I think this is essentially, first, it's an implementation of Proposition 11 that the voters approved this year. Secondly, it is considered a best practice and something that many other cities and governing bodies already do. And third, I will recognize that it is a very technical ordinance, so thank you to the member of the public who pointed that out. But I think the short version of this is that it is better for us to have this board. The voters have already indicated that they want this board, and so our task is to make sure that we set up this board and set up the governance of it as best we can. So I will leave it to other members and to the administration to speak to it.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think for my part, we have, I think, 7 different amendments. So perhaps we start by working through those, and I would suggest that perhaps we work through some of the administration's amendments, because some of them are duplicative of my amendments, and I'm fine giving the floor to the administration to start with theirs.
All right, folks, you have your amendment packets in yellow. So I don't know if how we want to do this exactly. The ones that are submitted by the mayor were the result of, I think, 3 of them at least. Yeah, well, there's 4 of them there. Nope, 3 of them there that were subject from the work session we had on Friday. And so I don't know if there's a member who'd wish to adopt the moving of these items.
I'm happy to do, or Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, since I last spoke, I'm okay with moving, I think this is floor amendment number 1 from the mayor, which is is convicted of or language.
So it's moved by Mr.
Second.
Rivera, seconded by Ms. Braga. Any discussion?
I appreciate the addition.
Yep. Thank you. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 10-0, Amendment 1 has passed. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and move mayoral floor amendment number 2, which is dealing with the ex officio language.
So I have a motion by Mr. Rivera.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members. Oh, Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, and I won't take long, but just again to state, there was a work session on this on Thursday, it's June 15th, and in it, we discussed some concerns that members had as far as, again, making sure the language is correct in our code. This particular one, ex officio typically means non-voting board member, so it does not change the overall intent of having the chief fiscal officer participate on this board, but it's not confusing the fact that they would also be a voting member of the board and not ex officio as a non-voting member. And again, I'll just describe, all of these are really in service of, again, making sure that this board, who will be overseeing the municipal trust fund, which is a very large fund of our, the public's money, that we want to make sure that there's a very high standard for those board members, that we are protecting against things like fraud or, any kind of questionable financial issues beyond what we would do with a normal board. And again, making sure that the board composition and the way that this board operates is proper. So that's the intent, I believe, of all these amendments, based on what we discussed last week.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, that amendment has passed. Next, we have the last mayor's amendment.
I'll go ahead and move mayoral floor amendment number 3, dealing with the quorum issue.
Second.
So that amendment is moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. I had Mr. Rivera and Mr. Cross. On a vote of 10-0, the amendment has passed. Next, we have Mr. Rivera's amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and move Rivera amendment number 4.
Moved by Mr. Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is what I was alluding to earlier when we were talking about Mr. Cruikshank's appointment, which is specifically dealing with how we look at these various appointments. The language that was originally in the ordinance, I think, was a little bit too restrictive. It would have, in my opinion, inappropriately limited our ability to look at these particular appointees. So the language I've crafted, I think, allows us to look at the qualifications as per is envisioned in the charter. So that's, I encourage support of this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Cross?
I also support it. This is a term commonly used in due diligence, whether it's for employment verifications or disclosures, that it may include but not limited to. It gives us a broader spectrum of powers in making, in discerning that we're getting high-quality individuals on this board. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, that amendment has passed.
If I may?
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 5.
Moved by Mr. Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, this amendment, I think, fills a concern that I had when reading the plain text of the language, which is essentially that if someone is acting on behalf or in absence of the chief fiscal officer in this very important board, then I think the assembly should be notified that someone is acting in that position. And I didn't really see any mechanism in the ordinance to allow for that notification to the assembly. So this is my attempt to do that. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, that amendment has passed. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So I will not be moving Rivera Amendment Number 6 as just after further review of it. I think that the proposed language is inconsistent with the charter amendment that the voters approved. So I won't be moving 6. And then number 7 is a duplicate of the mayoral floor amendment number 3, which we already approved. So that is it for me on amendments on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we have before us AO 2023-68 as amended. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, again, just briefly, I want to reiterate the thanks that I gave earlier to Mr. Daniel Moore, our outgoing treasurer, about to retire, and to Mr. Ben Bowman, who I know worked on this diligently, and to a whole host of other staff who I will not be able to name individually, but I really appreciate all of the work that has gone into this item. Again, this is something that the voters approved already this year. We are carrying it out and implementing it as fast as possible, and I really appreciate the diligence and care to make sure that our money is being well managed. That's it.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-3, AO 2023-68 as amended has passed the body. Congratulations, Mr. Moore. And I'm going to ask us to take about a 5-minute break. Just, we're ready to take on the next item. The main event is about to begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back to order. Before us now, we have item 14E, AO 2023-70, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.125, Title 21 and Title 23, to define and establish sanctioned camps in the municipality of Anchorage as a temporary use type. Waive reading. Thanks. Second part. Anchorage Municipal AO 2023-70S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving or modifying certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.125, Title 21 and Title 23 to define and establish allowed camps in the municipality of Anchorage as on a temporary basis.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Irene Queetnow. I have a question, and I know you can't answer questions, but I will tell you what I'm thinking about. So in 2021, you changed the zoning law so that shelters can be placed in B3 zoning. And at that time, one of the biggest arguments to the public that were concerned was that there is still the public process of the application for a special use permit where the public can have input whether the shelter goes there or not. And I believe I have not seen the S version, so I'm not sure if that has been changed. But in this ordinance now, one thing it says, and waiving the Planning and Zoning Commission review for good cause. So if that has to do with a special use permit, then that would mean what you promised us in 2021 would still be there as a safeguard and as a place for public input, can now be waived for good cause. And like I said, this is my question. The other thing is that it says in the non-S version, a permit for a sanctioned camp is an administrative decision at the direction of the assembly. There's no right to a permit. It is a privilege and shall be revocable by the director or the assembly at any time. So that would mean that the permit wouldn't come from the permitting department. It would come from the assembly. Am I understanding that correctly? And if that's the case, then again, what was promised to us that the review of a special use permit has public hearing and input from the public would not be there. And that's my concern. Maybe you will address some of these concerns in your discussion. Anyway, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Leyva. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Not yet. Next button. Try the button again. Nope. Nope. There you go.
You know, how come you just don't put an arrow and say push the green button? You know, beam me up, Scotty. No intelligent life here. Good evening, Leyva, represented by all of you. That'll give anyone a heart attack. But hey, I'm here for several reasons. First, sanctioned camp, conditional use, memorandums of agreement, none of that has worked. You pass ordinances without bite, no ramifications whatsoever. The sanctioned camp should be at my location. The reason it should be there, I have enough space, and when you do the criteria, closeness to services. I'm close to the navigation center. You don't want to spread those camps away from services. You want to put them closer. And we know that you want to spread it across the city, but you wouldn't spread a disease across the city. Why would you spread this issue? So to keep it focused and narrowed, next to the navigation center, next to a low barrier shelter, with the potential for a facility to expand. ML&P sold out to Chugiak. Chugiak is selling their north campus. That campus is all those buildings for expansion, for a multiple use facility to take the unsheltered and walk them through, from the sidewalk to the tent, to a pallet home, to a tiny home, to a modular building, to a low barrier shelter. But the key is the navigation center. And why you fill this room with hot air, and I did register you in Albuquerque for the regatta, which I think you'll make if you keep talking about that navigation center and not bring the homeless to the one that exists. So I offer every service. I can handle motorhomes, I can handle tents, I can handle it all. And I've been vetted, a $50,000 study, recommended to purchase, endorsement by the Fairview Community Council, Third Avenue Radicals. Even I had Dave Rittenberg over to my house. He said it's a good idea. So I think you're missing the boat in your evaluations, and you'll get less resistance because they're already there, they've already been there, and the only one who really ate the punishment is one, and you can sacrifice me because I just settled $400,000 for 2 dead trees. And believe me, that was it. Now, I'm sure you have some questions because I have one for you. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
One question for you, Ron. It's kind of off topic, but you just settled, does that mean?
I didn't hear you.
You said you just settled, does that mean you get to keep your house?
I settled because I cut a
No, I know, but does that mean you get to keep your house?
Oh, I can keep my house? No, the problem is I can't keep my wife.
Okay, well, I'm glad to
She
hear.
cashed in her whole retirement because my check came for retirement at $4.06 because of lawyers in defending cases that involve the homeless effect on my business, my family, my properties.
All right,
and
right.
That's why, Chris, to make a point, I didn't turn down the offer. Those lawyers swept the earnest money and I couldn't move. They tied it up.
Sorry,
Anyone
Ron.
has any questions,
Thank
come
you.
and take a tour. And you shorted me $350,000. I could use that.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. All of you who are going to pilot the balloon to Albuquerque, don't raise your hand.
Thank you, Ron.
You all qualify.
We have a few more people in the queue. All right, welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Bowen, and, this makes a lot of noise. Anyway, I just wanted to come before you guys and tell you a little bit about the history and why I'm having problems with the homeless situation in Anchorage. My mom and dad were here in the 50s, and I was born here 65 years ago. My father helped build Elmendorf Air Force Base, and he helped get the ball fields at Centennial Park. I live in a house 2 streets over from Centennial Park, and last year the crime in my neighborhood went up exponentially because of the population that got moved in there, not to mention what happened to the poor bears. Anyway, you can put your hands over your ears now and go la 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 la. This is the garbage that was at the corner of 11th and Muldoon, a trash heap that's been there for 2 months on a private piece of property. And the owner has been notified, and they've done nothing to mitigate the panhandling, the drug use in the mountains of human filth there. We're talking needles and poop and all of that good stuff. And it's right on the corner for families to walk by every day. It's obvious that the model of San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle aren't working. That's why people are fleeing those cities. And I think a lot of the residents of Anchorage are getting tired of hopscotching over human waste and needles and trash left behind, in some of these camps and just wherever they feel like setting up. It's environmentally unsafe what's going on with the trash and the garbage left behind, and I don't see a lot of concern about any of it. It's everywhere now. I'm also wondering about the human trafficking happening out of the camps. I'm pretty sure there are people being trafficked out of these camps, and it's pretty sad. The money that could have been used by the CARES Act, like the Kenai Peninsula did, they put it into the small businesses. It was thrown at the Sullivan Arena and other places, millions and millions of dollars. And look what's happened to the Sullivan Arena now. It used to be a place for families to go to for concerts and hockey games, and now you can't do that anymore there. So anyway, I just wanted to end by saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And what's happening is not working, and the insanity needs to stop. Y'all need to quit bickering with everybody and come up with some solutions, because the Anchorage residents are tired of it. So thank you for letting me say my piece. And just if you get a chance, go by 11th and Muldoon and check out that trash heap. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her trans, 13 years, female. What part of town am I from? All the way from the first bridge of Kinnick, all the way out to Gerwood, because Anchorage is my home. Over 27 years on my own, and You guys recently agreed to pay out for Mr. Bronson's toboggle, if you want to call it that. I appreciate you guys taking the time to try to figure all that out. At least there's some work going there that we can all see. Now, you guys did all approve my abatement on 40th and Denali on municipal property during a federal guideline asking that public property not be abated. So you guys approved that. Here's some gas receipts, $159 that I used to move 30 campers. In 3 days, I spent at least a minimum of 15 hours. My van is in shambles. I'm right now currently broke down on Muldoon. I have no job. I went homeless. Why? To help Anchorage, to help you. The number one problem is communication. So, who do I turn my bill in? For my labor? For my gas? Mr. Bronson, how about you over there? I've submitted twice to try to speak to you. Is your office got a problem with communication too? I give you that because I'm telling you, you're the mayor, you're a civil servant. Answer your own people whenever they give you a piece of paper with my name on it, please. Furthermore, again to the council, since you guys approve all funds, I told you do not pay a person that has already made the mistake once and do it again. You did. So my question to you is, who do we go to correct your action? Again, I said you should go all the way to court. You didn't. You took the easy way out for whatever reason you guys did. If you guys do not make the point and the principle, if you do not hold to the letter of the law, who in the heck will? So please, Mr. Cross, like you always like to say, if you were a worker, you'd be fired. Fire yourself on that one. Again, let me know who I need to turn the bill in, so that way I can get paid for the time that I worked. Honest wage, honest hours, and Mr. Cross, I'm sure you understand that. Furthermore, my telephone number is 907-341-9537 if anybody has any questions, anybody has any concerns. And ma'am, for the over there in Muldoon, give me a call. I can get some homeless people over there to clean up their own mess, and it doesn't cost the city anything. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, anyone else wish to speak? Please come up. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Roger Branson, District 2, a longtime advocate for folks who receive mental health services. I just want to stand up in favor of 70S, and there's been a lot of really good work, a lot of really good dialogue, a lot of really good head scratching, and putting some parameters around what sanctioned camps, how they might be able to fit into the community. We've got a long ways to go. This is a positive step in the right direction, though, and I encourage yes votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? All right, please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
For the record, Lee Ellis, Girdwood. I did not come here tonight to speak on this issue, but I felt that I should. I came to Anchorage in 2007 as a Jesuit volunteer and worked for Beans Cafe for free for a year, and that was my first and very intense experience working with the homeless community. Through that year, I worked to get 100 people housed, and that involved me going out through all of the homeless camps in Anchorage, and at one point I was proudly the man you would call if you needed to go to a homeless camp, because I was allowed to go to them and I was invited to go to them. I think this is a very smart idea. I think whether we can house people or we cannot, we need to give them a place to go. I know there's a lot of terminology used with being unhoused, being homeless, and I will tell you as someone who is formerly homeless, it is your life. It is your every minute. You may be working, but when you are done working, you have nowhere to go, and that will define every minute of your existence. So, I will also say there was quite a few people that I worked with that set up some pretty extravagant camps. Some people do not want to be housed, and there is nothing any of us can do about it. So giving someone a place to go is the most important first step. I also recently just returned on a trip from Seattle, and despite the news, Seattle has actually vastly improved its homeless situation. They have installed numerous tiny homes throughout the city, and the difference in the last 2 years is significant. And I think that they have proven that hard work and dedication to dealing with the issue and providing people a place to go is actually the right solution, and I do believe this assembly is on the right track. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? No? Okay, we have one individual on the phone.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box.
Want to try it one more time?
I'm sorry,
All right,
but the
thank
person...
you. All right, anyone else in the room? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now open. What's the will of the body? Closed, I'm sorry. Public hearing is now closed. It's getting late.
Mr. Chair, I move the yes version.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Martinez, move the S version, seconded by Mr. Cross. Anyone wish to speak to the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll open it up. And
Mr.
then there are a
Martinez.
few amendments that are in the amendment packet as well. So I want to just thank the body for coming alongside this work. I believe in definitions and in guidance, and what this S version attempts to do is provide some structure and definitions for the term that have been talked about for a while, sanctioned camps or allowed camps, one of those variations. So this really gives the municipality the tools that would be required in code changes to actually move on any of the ideas that we've had. And just to raise the points, the S version, I would love to shout out our attorney, Dean Gates, for the tremendous amount of work that he did on the S version to bring that version into a little more stricter compliance with our current code, highlighting things like the difference between assembly approval versus the current Department of Health Director. So the S version is a cleaner version. It's more in line with the current code, current codes that we have, and it also draws its attention to the whereases that highlight the recent Assembly Resolution 23-182-S1 at the June 6th meeting that necessarily calls for some title changes or waiving to allow the reduced number of sanctioned camps or allowed camps as according to 2023-188-S1, which identified one site. So our S version provides a temporary tool for the municipality to have the ability to move on that, if that's where they decide to move, to provide a basis of guidance for the operation and the standards of a safe, secure site, and that's what the S version does. And I see that there are some very meaningful amendments that I'd love for us to entertain as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was originally going to come here and ask for a motion to postpone. I might still do that, but I want to give the process a chance first. So I'll be honest. This ordinance gives me some heartburn and concern. For one, the task force isn't done with its work, so I feel like this is getting a little bit ahead of the task force and that we are probably going to be coming back here again in July or August after the task force is done with its work, amending this ordinance. Not that that's necessarily a horrible thing, but we're going to have to continue this conversation rather than having it in one package. Second, I honestly have no clue, no frame of reference, because we really didn't have a presentation or a work session on this particular ordinance, of how this ordinance is going to impact the allowed camp that I am currently planning with the administration and community partners. And so for particularly that second reason, this ordinance makes me pretty nervous. So I'm going to ask both for the sponsors and then for Ms. Briley, who has a couple of amendments, to please address that specific concern I have. How are your amendments going to impact the work that I am currently doing to plan for an allowed camp? And then to the sponsors, how is this ordinance going to impact the work that I am currently doing to plan for an allowed camp? I think I really need to hear that if I'm going to support taking action on this ordinance today. Thanks.
So we should just use the queue. I think, Mr. Rivera, you did ask a specific question. Mr. Martinez spoke before you. I'll let him speak once. but then we have a queue, so we should go through the queue.
And this is just a response to the question?
Yeah.
Yes. There were two questions there. One, the question was about the positioning of this out of sequence. Quite honestly, I asked the administration when was the first time sanctioned camps was used as a term of something proposed, and it was at least in February or in the winter. So I actually think this is late. This is a little bit of a catch-up to a conversation that had been publicly happening already. And just with respect to the second point, yeah, we did want to make sure that this actually does something very specific. It's not a long-term thing. This is specifically crafted with the help of planning, with the help of the municipal attorney's office as well, to come alongside the resolution that called for the one sanctioned camp recently. So this actually would empower the municipality to make a move on that particular camp. We thought about making sure that we did not prohibit that in the language of this particular S version.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yes, I also want to kind of answer Felix's, but give some perspective why I support this. And here's what that is that you say, how does this affect that lot that I've identified that we want, or that you have goals, or you have goals to put a sanctioned camp or an allowed camp on, and that's backwards. Wouldn't you first look to know what you're trying to build and then look at the land of which you can build it? I mean, I can't just go out and buy any lot and build whatever I want on it and change code to make it fit. I kind of got to make sure I know what is the ordinance and what is it I'm trying to construct. And I think what's important here is that what we discovered, at least in conversations I had with my community councils, is that this whole idea of what is a camp and what does that look like, and not having that in code or not having any kind of, even a vague outline of what that's supposed to look like, we were not getting any buy-in from our community councils. None. Now, we can go back and make amendments to this to get more definitive, and you'll notice this S version is a lot more broad than we started out with, to give you flexibility. But to say that, hey, let's find a lot we want to do, and then we'll just change code so we can stick it there, is the wrong way to do that. What you say is, here is what a sanctioned camp, or excuse me, an approved camp would look like, and then it should have all these things in there, and as long as the community councils understand this is the goal and what it should look like, then now our communities can come to us and say, well, if that's what it's going to look like and that's what it is, well, then here's some great locations. Then they'll offer up options to us. But without a definitive reason of what that's going to look like, their mind immediately goes to the worst case scenario, and there's just instant hands up. They don't even want it, not even in my district, not even. Now, I will tell you, in order to get my district to even try to consider it, they want to know, what is that going to look like, and what are you expecting to put in our neighborhood before we agree to it? And so this was a big part of at least me working with George and working with Johnson in order to come up with at least an outline that I can take back to our community councils so they say, yes, I can get behind this idea. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to postpone to the meeting of July 25th. And if I can get a second, I'll speak to that.
Mr. Presverdia has moved.
Mr. Constant.
I'll second.
Yeah, I appreciate this work. It's a tremendous amount of work. I appreciate the work of the members and the municipal attorney. It is an incredible amount of information and really deserves a work session. I understand there's a number of amendments coming, and I just don't believe that this is the correct venue for us to be working through this. I think we need to have a work session where we can both dig into this more in depth, have legal come and talk through the rationale for a lot of this, and that can be a place where we can build a version that incorporates many of the amendments that I think are coming. So I am not prepared to make a decision about this tonight. I've said in the past that I am certainly willing to consider whether sanctioned camps are a part of our continuum of services, And, but I really believe that this is something we're going to be here all night if we don't postpone this and do a work session and dig into it in that fashion. So I would encourage my colleagues to push this, give us some time to actually discuss it in depth, and give the public an opportunity to understand why we're doing this, what these definitions mean, and how they are going to connect to the very significant work that's already being done to address these issues in our community. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And this is to now the motion for postponement. So I will acknowledge I do have 2 amendments that I would like discussion on, but I am also willing to follow the will of the body and hold those to a work session or to a later date. That's all.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I certainly understand where Mr. Perez-Verdia is coming from on this. It is a lot to digest, and you know, there have already been some thoughtful suggestions made on tweaks we could make to improve this. I guess, you know, I feel conflicted about whether or not I support moving to postpone this. I think what we have to accept the reality is if we do, I think we are, for all intents and purposes, killing any hopes of putting forward an allowed camp anytime this summer. I think by the time we get to July, even if we approve it, the likelihood of the administration making an effort to implement this, which I think is probably already facing limited support right now, and I think for understandable reasons about the resources that they have and their time. And that's tough, you know, I mean, because we look at the status quo, we've had members of the public get up here and testify about the harms they're seeing in their communities and the way in which people living in unsanctioned or these haphazard camps, the humanitarian crisis, it's hard to accept not doing something. And this, I'll admit, is an imperfect solution. I think it's worth being mindful of the fact that it is limited in terms of scope and duration, but it is, I think, a step that we could take this summer that it would at least be something other than nothing, and I think would give us an opportunity to show the community what this could look like. So I would just, again, I feel conflicted about the motion to postpone, but let's just be mindful that if we do postpone this, I think we are effectively deciding that we will not do anything in 2023 to implement an allowed camp.
Ms. Bronga?
I agree with Mr. Johnson. I think we are hearing from our constituents that what is going on is not acceptable in city parks, and I know this is a lot, and then there's amendments and S versions, but I am so appreciative of a plan laid out where we're not planning kind of summer camp type camps. We're planning places that are orderly, that have services, that line of sight is good, that are close to bus lines. The way this is lined out, to me, is really important, and I would hope that we go ahead and go forward with it.
Mr. Cross?
Ditto Johnson. If we don't pass this tonight, more than likely, we're not doing any camps. And I mean, the only decision we ever make is not to decide. Just seems like we keep pushing this. And there's another, this is just outlining a perimeter of what they should look like, or what setting an expectation to neighbors and to community councils, what they can expect. And yeah, maybe we'll just deal with this during the winter.
Put myself in the queue. I don't understand how one could come to the conclusion that nothing will happen this summer. At the last meeting, when we spent 2 hours talking about this, we approved a camp at the Midtown location. And that isn't barred by this or isn't helped by this. In fact, what I think happens by this is we decide that that pilot has been successful and we're moving forward with it before it's even happened. And we're making all of the policy decisions today before that experiment in an actual organized encampment is done. And so for me, it's outside of the order of operations. The delay is fine because it doesn't slow down the efforts to establish by, I think the date was July 19th, the camp at the Cuddy Park site, and so, or the archive site. This doesn't change that. So I don't know how one could draw the conclusion that if we don't pass this, that's not going to happen. So I support the motion to postpone, not because I don't want to make a decision, but because I want to make an informed decision. Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The solstice is tomorrow. And last year, I'm glad that we had a person from Muldoon here, a neighbor from Centennial Park. Last year, a week from today, or approximately thereabouts, Centennial was repurposed. Just about this time last year, just before the 4th of July. And so we're in the same time period, fundamentally. And I do want to bring attention to, in the whereases to the S version, it describes, and I mentioned this earlier, but it describes that according to the, as amended resolution that was passed on June 6th, that resolution that calls for the one camp that we're talking about on 40th and Denali necessarily will call into attention the need for, it says here, would support bringing forward an ordinance to temporarily do certain things in code to allow for the camp to happen. This doesn't call for us to do a camp or doesn't say we shouldn't do a camp. This simply, not so simply, it's complex, but it directly creates the framework to do what we're calling a sanctioned or allowed camp with a guideline and a framework that the community can support, but that builds trust, but it comes alongside the work of this body currently. But I would like to also draw attention to the information that goes along with this. We had a person here just a few seconds ago from the Muldoon community that had a photo of what was some of what things look like today. And in our information, we are setting some framework of a guideline that in fact does create a space that we can explore. So I actually think this is exactly the right time to empower the pilot, which necessarily would require some code changes to actually have a pilot program in Anchorage. So this is, again, not taking a stand of whether or not we should be doing these things. I think the Assembly has spoken, the municipality, the mayor has spoken about this as well. But this is simply a framework that establishes a guide, some selection criteria, and creates an opportunity for the municipality to do something that we can start to understand can work. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty torn on this motion. You know, I really wish that this ordinance was ingrained into the process that has been ongoing. Instead, this sort of came out of left field, and at least for me, and I think for some of my colleagues probably agree with this as well. This venue is really the first chance that we've had to talk about this ordinance specifically. So this goes to my original question. What do we need to get before this body so we can move forward with the pilot program as specifically described in the June 6th resolution? Besides some of the declarative statements that I've heard here, I really haven't heard any concrete or specific reason stated how this ordinance interplays with the June 6th resolution. Is this ordinance going too far? Is it just right? Do we need to maybe more prescriptively tailor this ordinance? I don't have the information I need to make that distinction. So this is, this is just really difficult for me to make a policy call right here and right now on whether this ordinance is what we need right now to make that pilot program happen, or if there is another avenue that will help us make the pilot program happen outside of this ordinance. Again, I'll just repeat, I really wish that this was ingrained into the process that has been ongoing. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And I think to speak to Mr. Rivera's comments there, I will say as somebody who is one of the co-sponsors here, I was looking at this through the framework of making sure we do not do something that would necessarily prevent us from implementing the work of the Sanctioned Camp Task Force and hoping that this could work essentially hand in hand with AR 2023-182S1. However, I think as Mr. Martinez touched on, that resolution does call for an ordinance to temporarily waive any Title 21 and 23 requirements, which, part of our intent here was to address that need that was outlined in the AR. So I would ask the question of council, without this ordinance or a similar ordinance, do we feel that we have the necessary legal framework to proceed with implementing the June 6th resolution?
Through the chair to Member Johnson, the previously passed resolution does, if I recall the language correctly, it does actually allude to some needed changes in the code or some exceptions to code that would need to be passed in order to implement allowed camps. However, I can't say definitively that passage of this ordinance would definitively address all of the required changes or potential amendments to code that would need to take place in order to go forward with the July 6th, or sorry, with the proposed allowed camp. To give you a more definitive answer, I would need more time. It's not something I can give you on the dais, I guess, is
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Hurd. I mean, again, I'd just like to say that our intent in crafting this was to try and provide that framework so that hopefully we felt confident that we did meet that requirement that was laid out in the June 6th resolution. So I understand you can't answer that definitively here, but I think it's just be mindful tonight that, one, this may address that need, and two, if we do not adopt it and it is determined that we do need an ordinance to temporarily waive Title 21 or 23 requirements, I mean, essentially we'd be back to the drawing board, which I think would just further push out the timeline for implementation of the sanctioned camp resolution.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the mayor. Is the mayor here?
He's traveling tonight.
Is the mayor here?
Through the chair to Mr. Presbyter, the mayor is traveling today. He's not here.
Okay. So I'm hoping you can answer these questions. At our last meeting, I asked the mayor whether he intended on implementing the resolution that we passed. And his answer was, if we can. Do you at this point intend on implementing the resolution, yes or no?
Through the chair to Mr. Presbyter, I would ask Mario Bird to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Member Perez-Verdia, I think you can ask Member Rivera. We met about it today, and the answer I think that the mayor gave you 2 weeks ago, sir, was the same that I told Member Rivera today. The main concern is the practicalities of getting funding for the 40th and Denali, but then there's also underlying internal discussions we have to have about that particular piece of property and what it means to put what I think Member Rivera has correctly characterized as a pilot project. So I think it's the same answer you heard 2 weeks ago, and it would seem to be prudent to continue to go through the process. We're doing our best, and we'll stay in contact with Member Rivera, and you're welcome to be part of those meetings too.
Thank you. Can I just ask a few more things? So I'm confused because what I understand is that what's before us is setting out regulations for something that at this point we have no indication whether it's going to happen or not. And some of the members today said whether we implement the resolution. We as a body are not going to implement anything. The administration is the implementer. We are the policymaker and the resource sender, if you will. So I'm confused about that. And 2 weeks later, still the answer is the same. Maybe if we can find the resources, but we've been told by OMB and through our budget process that we don't have the money. So that's where I'm confused. And so, I appreciate this work, And I would really encourage my colleagues to postpone this, move forward with that. Let's discuss this at a work session. But let's also stay focused on winter and what we're going to do about winter. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I have a, probably a procedural question, but I guess I'll raise it. So if this pilot project camp, hearing Member Perez-Verdia's concerns about feasibility, if it's supposed to start on July 19th, there is still a meeting before the 25th. Granted, not a lot of time. So I guess I'll ask, is it possible to amend this postponement to change the date to July 11th? Or what is the mechanism for doing that?
I would change my motion is what it would be. And yes, I'm willing to change my motion if the seconder agrees.
It's preferable to adopting this thing tonight, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I had to raise. Thanks.
Then I guess the motion is the 11th, which just provides us one more meeting. So I have myself in the queue next. I think that it's an interesting thing to suggest that this is the implementing ordinance for the resolution that was passed at the last meeting that authorized the camp, because this is extraordinarily broad. This is a general policy that's applicable anywhere in the municipality. This doesn't tailor itself to the implementation of the pilot project at the archive site. And so practically speaking, this is jumping the whole process and saying, we know the outcome of that pilot project before we did the pilot project, and we're setting the parameters up now for the entire municipality. It's out of order, in my opinion, not out of procedural order, but just out of order in time. It makes conclusions based on facts, yet not in evidence. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple questions for the authors. Earlier we had talked about sanctioned versus allowed. So I don't know if you've checked with legal on that sanctioned imposed some sort of liability for the municipality. And then also building on what Member Perez-Verdia said, I don't read this as the muni necessarily implementing. They would authorize the permit, but anyone would come forward on, I guess, municipal land or private land to obtain the permit and then be subject to what you're outlining here, correct? Just confirmation, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I will go ahead and agree with this motion to postpone to the meeting of July 11th. I don't really think it's going to impact implementation of the camp for this summer, the allowed camp for this summer. I think we really need to refine this ordinance so that it's specific to the pilot program and not beyond that. In fact, I think we need to set an expiration date for the ordinance so that it completely expires at the end of the pilot program. And I want to be clear that this work is really critical, though, to help move forward with the implementation of the allowed camp, and actually came up in that meeting earlier today that Mr. Byrd is alluding to, where, you know, again, we all sort of agreed if we can get XYZ things done, then we can actually move forward with this. And things are happening to get XYZ done, and I think this is part of that. So I think this is critical work. I just want to really make sure that we refine this so it is not beyond the breadth of scope that it should be. And I'm worried right now that it is. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually support postponing this to July 11th. I think that's a reasonable compromise that still allows us, I think, maybe just enough time to actually see this implemented. And to answer, I think, Felix's question there, like, yes, any permits issued under this ordinance expire December 1st, 2023. And frankly, if we want to amend that to something slightly sooner, I think that's okay too. This is intended to be temporary in nature, to provide a framework for implementation of a pilot program this year so that we can do something, learn from it, and I think ultimately craft a better ordinance that we can see as a more permanent framework moving forward. So I would just encourage people to realize that this is limited in duration and scope by intention.
That was the third bite, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Martinez.
I'm open to the postponement. I don't think that's a hindrance to the overall timing. But I do want to just be clear from my vantage point. I was elected in April, and my first meeting was on the 21st. We inherited, and I've used that term before, we've inherited a process, and at that point, the process we inherited had a trajectory that had 5 potential sites identified for what we're calling sanctioned or allowed camps. And what we didn't have was a rubric to determine how the sites were selected, the criteria. So what this attempted to do at that time was to be able to provide some clarity. Now we're talking about, does this empower the next resolution? There was a thoughtfulness to bring this alongside of that, so I think Mr. Johnson spoke to that well. But with all due respect to the timing and the sequencing, we are where we are today. I agree with the postponing for a short time so that we can have everybody kind of understand what's being accomplished here a little better. But again, this doesn't call for us to do anything. It provides the tools for the municipality to take the actions if they so choose so. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate that I believe we should have a work session. I think that was mentioned before. And just as timing suggestion, I know there's 3 weeks until our next meeting. So I would suggest that we may want to consider a work session before, essentially before the 4th of July, before June 30th, just to give extra time if there's changes. Thanks.
That's going to be possible. We'll see what the timing is. We have lots of time towards the end of July, but not so much time towards the beginning. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to July 11th. On a vote of 8-2, the item is postponed to July 11th. Next, we have another big one, item 14F, AO 2023-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.28.035, known as the scofflaw law, and making conforming amendments. The public hearing on this item is now open. Are you coming down? Yep. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. I have 3 minutes.
Legal name is Brian Witzke. Go by Bree, she and her, trans, Alaskan, 13 years. Scofflaw. The legal way of stealing other people's property, including businesses. What an interesting law. Probably one of the most underbellied thing a city or a group of people can ever create. Let me tell you why. Again, at the current moment, I am homeless. Well, not homeless. I have an address that I can't get to because all my vehicles are broken. We know why. Now, I use those vehicles to help things. But say one of them is working. Say I happen to have a business where one of those vehicles is a business. Without knowing it, I hire somebody. I hire them to go to work. And they need to go run down to the store to get a soda. They get pulled over. Congratulations, my business is now suffering because that car is gone, impounded, and out of commission for the day. Why? Because somebody did not let them know they owed money to the city. Well, if you quit taking PFDs away, guess what? The PFD would pay for whatever for the scofflaw to go away. Maybe if we wouldn't just, keep screwing over the citizen on every dollar that comes in every other function that you guys can get a hold of, maybe we wouldn't need a scofflaw. Let's track down everybody we know, every one of our friends that may ever need to use a car to run gas to another car to make sure they're not part of a scofflaw issue. Are y'all serious? What's next? I know, let's put a scofflaw. If somebody borrows my bicycle and they owe the city $5, y'all can impound my bicycle. Y'all's red tape's killing people. Let's look at the layman aspect. I understand you guys want to get your money what's owed. but quit making other people that are following the law responsible for the stupidity of other people, and hold the stupid people responsible. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of July 25.
Second. Moved by Mr. Rivera. Who seconded? Mr. Cross seconded.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we had a good work session on this last week. I think there's still a lot of work to do, whether that's work refining the arguments to stick with the original repeal version, which I'm still an advocate for, or doing some type of S version. For the record, I am not supportive of the administration's S version. I don't think it goes nearly far enough. So I'm going to be coming up with my own S1 version. But again, any version that isn't the original is a watered-down version of what I'm trying to do, which is to repeal scofflaw entirely. Having a little bit more time would be helpful so that we can have a clear debate on July 25th. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I support the postponement. I don't agree with repealing it completely. I do believe that it can be amended to resolve the concerns with the scofflaw, or we can, or if we do repeal it, how to resolve the issue that it was intended to solve? And is that a separate ordinance or a separate code change that's not a scofflaw, but address some of the serial offenders on the streets, while not unintentionally harming, the innocent individuals whose vehicles they may be driving. So I support the postponement, so we have time to look at what the mayor's suggestions are and digest a little bit better to come up with a better product. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing and hearing none, members may proceed. Oh, Ms. Braga.
Sorry, I always do it just a little late. I actually support this S version. I don't know if you guys are just thinking we can finesse it more, but what's been gnawing at me is that, it's kind of that amount, the $1,000. Someone today told me, well, that's getting caught with tinted windows, which is $500. And then it takes you a month to get in and you get caught again, there's another $500. So you'd potentially be on the scofflaw list. I like that this amount is moved up to $2,500, I believe, is what I saw, on the S version, and that it's moving violations.
We have a point of order, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I just think, I like your conversation, but I think you're debating the S version, and I think right now we're just, are we going to postpone it, or are we not going to postpone it?
Well, yeah, so I'll rule on the point of order. Okay. I had feedback to the same effect. I took your testimony to be that you were voting against the motion to postpone, and you were making that argument. And so if that's the case, then I would say you are within the bounds, and I would overrule the motion, or the point of order. If you were just talking about supporting the item, then he would be correct. Okay. So, okay. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, so I'm just going to wrap it up. I don't want to postpone. I feel like I'd like to vote on this S version.
Thank you. So anyone else wish to speak? The motion before us is postponed to the meeting of 7:25. Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-2, the motion, the item has been postponed to the meeting of the 7:25, 25th of July. All right, next item we have item 14G, AO 2023-71, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code sections 230.120, action on liquor license applications.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Gonzalez. I'm the local government specialist for the state's Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office. And on behalf of the director, we would like to show support for 2023-71. And the director would like to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the work session. And I should state, we support it with amendment. So thank you, Chair Constant, Ms. Brawley, and the clerk's office especially, for the amendment. Working to clarify and simplify your alcohol laws before SB 9 and the Title IV rewrite takes effect in January is very prudent and will set you up for success. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? All right. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
For the record, my name is Lee Ellis, and I'm here on behalf of the Brewers Guild of Alaska. I too come to voice my support for this. I want to extend my thanks to Ms. Brawley for working so hard on this, and I believe we are at a pretty critical moment for breweries, distilleries, and wineries in the city of Anchorage. We have some concerns that unless there is some new and cleaned up language, that we will all be going through a whole new approval process. Hopefully some changes that will occur with this ordinance will allow the changes in our licenses to not trigger a new application process. So I appreciate the Assembly taking up this issue to save us all a whole lot of time and effort. One thing I did want to speak to, and I had spoke with Ms. Brawley about this, it was in Section 9, 1050-035, Section A, subsection 1, speaks about ID checks. I'm not sure if this got amended or if this is going to be changed, but we spent a lot of time in our stakeholder group discussing ID checks, and I would encourage the Assembly to adopt the same language that the state will be adopting. We are working to make sure that individuals who are from out of state can use a foreign passport or state ID. However, Alaskans should be required to use an Alaska ID for purchasing alcohol because of the restricted license. So that's one thing I think that has not been well enforced in the state, and allowing a broad range of IDs for Alaskans to use allows people to circumvent the red stripe rule. So I think that's probably the only other thing that we would like to see. So if anybody has any questions, I'm available, but otherwise, thank you for working on this.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, trans-Alaskan, 13 years. As far as it goes, the gentleman that was just here, he spoke on the IDs. I come to you guys as far as it goes. If you guys want to be able to push the ID factors as far as Alaskans using Alaskan ID, let's bring it back local so we can get an ID. I'm still waiting December 5th till now for a replacement ID. See the problem with that? Again, we put everything in your guys' well-being. You guys are the ones that handle the finance. You guys are the ones that handle the policy. If this makes it to where you guys are taxing marijuana and alcohol more money to be able to make up property tax, to be able to make up our funding and whatever, la-di-da-da, let's not take it out on the business owners. Make sure we give them what they need so we can make more money. Anchorage is broke. Or do I need to remind you of that? As far as it goes, it all feeds down to the same thing. Round and round and round the funnel goes. Please be responsible. Quit wasting money on something you guys can already say yes to. I'm pretty sure that we don't have to have all this publicity for, let's make it easier to understand our paperwork. We have more pressing issues, and your red tape is killing people. Let me remind you.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Brawley. Who was the second?
Me?
Mr. Martinez. Seconds, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And this is the first time that this particular ordinance has been brought up, but as we shared in the work session, which was on also on Thursday the 15th last week, this is the result, or I should say, this is parallel to a lot of work at the state level referred to by our folks from AMCO, the Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office, and from Mr. Ellis from the Brewers Guild. Essentially, there are big changes coming down the line to our state's alcohol laws, some of which will directly affect Anchorage, many of which will positively impact businesses and others in Anchorage. And so And so the purpose of this ordinance is to begin the process of bringing our code in alignment with those state law changes. However, the other piece that this ordinance does is really clarify and simplify and make it easier to understand our local codes. And so I am going to invite our staff from the clerk's office, specifically Mandy Honest, to come up if you would like to say anything on this particular ordinance, or just if you're available for questions, because it's important to recognize how much work went into this from the clerk's office staff, and particularly from Mandy.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mandy Honest, Municipal Clerk's Office. I'm the business license official. I don't have much to add. I think Anna, Ms. Brawley covered the basics. I'm available for questions. And I understand that we're going to be doing some future work on this to address the upcoming state changes at the beginning of 2024. So this isn't the end, but this is the base work for what we're going to have to do in the future.
Do you have some amendments?
Yes, and at this time, again, responding to public comments that we received from the Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office, I'd like to move Constant and Brawley Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded, was that by Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you. So the change that this amendment makes, essentially, as Mr. Ellis referred to, there's going to be a one-time basically mass conversion of licenses from the old licensing system, or I should say the current one that's in the statute now. Alcohol licenses are set in state statute, and moving to a new license system. For many businesses, that's just renumbering their license, potentially renaming. Some businesses, there are some more substantive changes. But essentially, the goal of this amendment is to exempt the conversion process, this one-time conversion process, from the typical or what is in our purview, the protest process at the local level. So again, this is not to cede authority or to not allow us to take action on license applications in the future. It is really to recognize the fact that this is an administrative change from the old system to the new one. And just practically speaking, there will be a lot of work on the staff side to make sure this paperwork happens correctly. There's on our side the special land use permit, which is a separate topic from this ordinance, but also something that may be that process may be touched as well. And so again, the language in here is just to say that our normal processes would still stay in place. For this one-time conversion, we would not go through the full exercise of the protest process.
So we have a motion and a second. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, the amendment passes. Now we have the item before us. Anyone wish to speak on it? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And again, if others would like to speak, I'm happy to hear that as well. But just responding to some of the comments and the general timeline of this project beyond this particular ordinance, there are other changes coming, and there are policy changes that I think Anchorage will want to decide, what rules we put around it, and just, if nothing else, be aware of those changes coming in the state laws. And so this is certainly not the last ordinance. This is actually the easiest ordinance because it creates the structure for us to be able to discuss those policy changes without getting bogged down in these technical details. And then also to a comment that was made during public comments about ID checks. I think that is exactly the kind of policy that we would like to discuss. Currently, in our laws, those are required only at package stores and not all retail licenses. So for example, if you go to a bar, you're not required by local law to have your ID checked. If you go to a package store, you are. And so I think that's an example of a policy discussion that we would like to have in the next several months, along with other topics. And so I would also suggest to my colleagues, not that we are ignoring that suggestion, but that we are postponing discussion of it to a future ordinance with the intent of bringing that before the end of this year.
Mr. Constant, you recognize.
Thank you. So Similar to what Ms. Brawley suggested, we did not move forward with any substantive changes to the code. This, I think the amendment recommended by the state is the most substantive change, which is to allow those conversions to occur without protest. The ID issue is a very interesting one. We, I think, joined the state in allowing for tribal IDs in our draft language that's coming forward, and so there will be some expansion, not limitation necessarily. And also, as I'd mentioned at a committee meeting, I do have at least one policy change that I forbeared bringing forward now so we could have as simple a conversation as possible, and that is the brunch hour amendment. So with that, thank you all for supporting this. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AO 2023-71S as amended has passed the body. Oh, was it the S? As amended. Oh, did I say S as amended? I'm sorry, so I'll read that again. AO 2023-71 as amended has passed on a vote of 10 to 0. Next we have item 15A, AR 2023-197, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership beverage dispensary tourism license number 4403 with restaurant designation permit for NHG Airport LLC, DBA 49th State Brewing Company, Ted Stevens.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Are you coming? Your timing is starting. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Breeze. Her pronouns, trans-Alaskan, 13 years, female. Side of town I'm from is Bridge Connect all the way out to the edge of Gerwood. Again, it's trying to understand from y'all's language here what this means. I'm assuming from what I'm gathering you're expanding something, changing something. I ain't got a computer, I can't tell. It didn't say in the pamphlet either. But if it means more money for Anchorage and it makes things better for our tourism, which is a dying form of economy, why are we wasting our time here again? You guys are able to make bigger decisions without us being in the limelight of TV, the city council, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You guys are able to make more important decisions behind closed doors, break things apart, stretch them out, kick them down the road. If this is something that has got to be here, great. If it means more money for the city, and as far as stating its protest of transfer of license, again, explain it so that way maybe us layman people that are on the street in a homeless camp can understand it. We might be more resound to be publicly here to support you all. Your red tape is killing people. Thank you. Have a good day.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone want to discuss the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah. On a vote of 10 to 0, AR 2023-197 has passed the body. Next, we have Resolution AR 2023-198, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary tourism license 1987 for Alaskan Edge, Inc., DBA Brown Bear Saloon and Motel.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now over. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to discuss the matter? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AR 2023-198 has passed the body. Next, item 15C, AR 2023-199, A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary license 1090 for Birch Tree LLC, DBA Yes International Bistro.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Are you coming up? Yep. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Legal name Brian Witzke. Go by Bree, she and her pronouns, trans female, 13 years in a Republican city. Yay. Anyways, side of town I'm from, again, from the first bridge of Kinnick, I do believe it is, to the edge of Girdwood, the borough of Anchorage. Renewal of this beverage dispenser license. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Are you guys needing your fur pet, validation that you guys are doing something to show the Anchorage people? Or can we get on to, instead of kicking things that are life-threatening down the road for another workshop, for another issue, if it be the mayor's office or you guys, can we find some answers to save lives? Because tonight I'm going to be sleeping at 3rd Avenue down at the homeless shelter, and I'm going to tell you, after what I saw yesterday, and there's no answers for a lot of it, I'm more worried about if I'm going to get killed tonight than I am worried about a dispensary of a license to a business that's going to make money for the city of Anchorage. And I really want to know how this is so important that it's taking how much time on TV or how much time out of our lives, how much time about our budget for y'all to be here to talk about this. I'll say it again, and I've said it once again, and I'll say it again. Y'all's red tape is killing people. The safety of our people is at risk. If it's a sanctioned camp, non-sanctioned camp, whatever, our police officers have it on the back of their car, the courage to defend or courage to make a difference. The thing is with the way we are at right now with the city in apparel, they don't have the ability. Please fix this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing of this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to speak?
Yeah, real quick.
Mr. Cross.
Just for the public testimony, this is a continuation of existing business license, and alcohol taxes is the primary funding source that we have for our homeless outreach programs. So maintaining these licenses so that we continue to get over $20 million a year in alcohol taxes so that we can help our struggling community is extremely valuable. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-199 has passed the body. Next, we have audience participation. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from, 3 minutes.
I got to regain my composure. I was going to give my sexual identity. I don't know if that's a requirement, but anyway. With that, I'm here to talk about licensing for any homeless services. It's kind of a tragedy, the lack of bite that you put in a violation of a license. A license should have a public hearing similar to an alcohol license, a pot license. If you're going to put it in an airport, you're going to have a public hearing, but you don't have one for a homeless shelter. But part of the homeless shelter licensing is a good neighbor policy. That good neighbor policy carries even less weight than the license itself. So they're going to do whatever they want to do, and if you bring it to their attention, there's no ramifications. And I'm going to give you an example of that, and it's the reason I'm blood in the water. Now, my losses this year due to the homeless shelter and homeless people is over $100,000. And I'm going to lose my insurance. That means I'm going to lose my contracts, and my business is over because of the weakness of the enforcement of any restrictions, including a conditional use. So you always bend the rules, forgive them, give them time to correct it. It's all nonsense. Those documents that you pass, even the sanctioned home one, you write all that up, you might as well use it for toilet paper because you're going to exempt it. You're going to declare an emergency order. You're going to declare a humanitarian crisis, and it goes out the window. The shelter, anger management, it's doing good. Destructive anger to constructive anger. Got robbed again. This time from the shelter side of the fence. The only way through my fence was through the building or over their fence. No one's going over their fence. It was through the shelter, through my fence, through barbed wire, through razor strap, through Constantine wire, and boom, my welding leads, jumper cables, and copper elbows gone back through this shelter. So Dave Rittenberg was over. At my house, Felix was too, I described my concerns. So the good neighbor policy requires to make contact. We went, looked at the fence, sewed it up. What are you going to do? Well, maybe we'll put in security cameras. You have security cameras. Give me the tape. Can I summarize, Chris?
Yeah, a couple sentences, Ron.
Okay. Went to the community council, nothing. Nothing. And that's all you guys are going to do is pass more nothing.
Thank
and
you,
what
Ron.
does it do?
Thank you,
It
Ron.
killed my family, killed my business,
Thank you,
and
Ron.
my health. You killed me. So buy my property.
Ron,
It's a good decision.
time is up.
And then I'll break my rear view mirrors.
Your time is up, Ron.
Any questions? Chris?
Thank you.
Stay safe. I'll be back.
Welcome. Again, please state your name. I'll part of town from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Irene Queednow, West Anchorage. So tonight, because of the advisory board nominations and confirmations, the library was brought up and the controversy about some of those things. Let me start with, I am not for banning books. Things should be available. What I am against or for is having the books in the appropriate section. I grew up with the public library, especially during the summertime. I went every couple days and I got a stack of books. I went home, I read them, then I went and got some more. My mom never had to come with me because there might be books in the section of my age group that are inappropriate. Saying that the controversy at the library is about teaching safe touch is a gross misinterpretation. I don't know about what all the books are that have been contested, but I do know about the book, Let's Talk About It. That book that is available in the youth section talks very explicitly about anal sex. It talks very explicitly that porn is acceptable and how to find it. It talks very explicitly on how to post nude pictures online and what to do to remove identifying marks. And this is given to the youth. This is a total miscategorization of this book. It should be in the adult section. If you go to an adult establishment where you can get pornographic videos or a strip establishment, you have to be 18. And yet this book that is super explicit and is pornographic is in the youth section, and it should never be. So there's a very big difference, in my opinion, about not banning books. Like I said, I'm not for that, but it needs to be in the appropriate section. And to have a book like this in the youth section is very inappropriate. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Oh, Annette, come on up. Been a long time. Oh, I'm sorry. There was can we ask her a question after? Thank you. Please turn the mic on. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Good evening. My name is Annette Aleva. I am Ron's better half. Our marriage is, everything he says is true. The stress of having been what we've been through, and some of you know about this. I think you all know something about this. I think, thank you, Felix, for coming to my home and meeting with us personally, along with Dr. Peter Muse, who's a personal friend of ours. I don't think I could ever quantify what we have gone through since, well, 30 years now. I think we purchased the property adjacent to the Brother Francis shelter roughly 30 years ago. We've been in business in Anchorage longer than that. I raised my children in the warehouse at the corner of First and Ingra. And because of all this, Chris, I was watching the television thing. You asked Ron if we lost our house. It was never our home that was in question. It was other property, low-hanging fruit, as my son called it. And I did fight for it because it meant something to me. It meant more to me than my home here in Anchorage, which he's right. I'd like to break the rearview mirror and never look at this town again. There's a lot to be healed. There's a lot to be whatever, but I don't know if that's ever possible. So I think that there's a saying in the Bible, it's without vision, the people perish. And I'm going to loosely interpret that. There has never, in my experience living in this city, and I've been here almost 43 years, a vision for what to do with the unhoused. It's always been put together, this solution, that solution, without any consideration for how it impacted people, except perhaps even the homeless. But I don't think they've even been well served. So here we are with something that should have been dealt with a long time ago. You had 3 years while people were in the Sullivan Arena and nothing, really nothing of any substance. It's actually deplorable to think that in Anchorage, Alaska, in Alaska at all, that living in a tent is acceptable. I know people love to camp, go camping, take their tents, not the same thing at all. And so it's unconscionable, the fighting that's been going on, and we have always been in the crossfire of this discussion. And frankly, he's right. I took my retirement. I took everything I worked for and gambled it to pay a legal debt that never should have happened. But the series of events that led up to it had everything to do with what's been going on in the city. Chris, you talked about someone spraying the dandelions, you know. And I'm like, what happened? Where's their $25,000 fine? Where is their reputation ruined? You know, where do they become pariah in the city? Because that's what we have been for many, many years. I want justice. I want justice for the poor. I want justice for myself, and I want it for my family. And frankly, I'm not particularly hopeful that I will get it. And that's just sad. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I don't think we've seen you since August of 2020 here.
Yeah, probably not. I did come.
I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, during COVID, I think I did come, but I don't believe that I spoke. But this is something I care about, and yeah, I mean, we didn't quite lose the marriage. We're not there yet, but this has been hell. Whatever.
Mr. Brisverdier?
He's got to sign everything over.
Yeah, she had a question for someone else.
But
thank you,
through
Annette.
it all, we've kept our sense of humor, but I want you to keep in mind, as he said, the impact of this sort of thing. When you make these decisions, they impact people, and you may think, well, I don't want to be collateral damage. This is what it looks like for myself and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quidnow, there was a question for you, if you wouldn't mind coming back up. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Quidnow, and thank you for testifying. You mentioned age appropriateness for books, and I know that's come up in this conversation this evening and also elsewhere. I was just curious, in your opinion, who is appropriate to decide, you know, those decisions for the collection, where those books should be, which age appropriate, or which age group they're appropriate for?
Obviously, you have the library director, but you just took away for the community to chime in on those books. And I don't care if 15 library boards decide that this book is appropriate. It is very explicit pornographic. And if we have establishments that have an age limit in terms of upper age, where people have to be 18, then there should be no question that this book goes into that section. Now, if parents want to educate their kids that way and want to check that book out and give it to their kids, that's their decision. That's the decision that everybody can make. But to say that this book is not pornographic when it is so explicit in word and in picture, then you shouldn't have to rewrite the whole law about who can participate in a strip club, who can go in a strip club, because according to the rule you or any board or the library director puts on that book that that is appropriate for youth, well, then the youth can walk into the strip club.
Ms. Brawley?
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess I hear that, that is a great thing for the Library Advisory Board to take up as an advisory matter. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next, we have one more person to testify, I think, so. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from, you'll have 3 minutes. Microphone is off. There you go.
Legal name Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, and her pronouns. 13 years, transgender, female. Part of town I'm from, again, is Anchorage Borough. You know, I've sit here and noticed that I don't know if we're even live, if it's recorded, if it's on YouTube, whatever, everything that we're talking about here now as far as the people that you guys are representing. I don't know what more I can say. I don't know what more the librarian lady's going through to the Goldstrike family for what you guys do every day. With all the differences one way or the other. Thank you. You guys are my heroes. You guys are here trying to make a difference to every family, to make all sides equal. And at the end of the day, we may still disagree, but damn it, we all love this state. We all love this place. If we didn't, we wouldn't be here now. So I don't have a whole lot of fight about this, one side or the other, if it be the mayor's office, if it be you guys that are working. Please tonight, before you guys go to bed, whatever God you guys pray to, whatever person you guys are holding it together for, take a moment, validate each other. Validate why you're here. And know that there are people that rely on you every day, but most of all, be yourself 100%. There's 3 laws that I live my life by that I'm able to stand here in front of you for. I'm going to share them with you. First and foremost, those that mind do not matter. Those that matter do not mind. That is rule number 1 for me. Rule number 2 is I'm going to fake it till I make it. 21 to 28 days for every habit that you want to break or every habit you want to make. Third and most important, step with confidence like you're facing a rabid dog, even if you're not confident. Fake it till you make it. Step off that platform like you meant it, because believe it or not, eventually you will. You will make it. You will be that strong. And we all have differences of opinions, but most of all, we all have the pride to be called Alaskans. We are the last great state. We are the last frontier. And if we cannot figure it out here and now with such a small population, to be the example, the lower 48 is lost. And if we lose the lower 48, we lose everything. Thank you guys. And dear Heavenly Father, let everybody make it home safely tonight. Let everybody know that they are loved and that they're, whatever creator they are, they're your children. Blessed be everybody in Alaska, within Alaska, away from Alaska, anybody Alaskan. Thank you. Amen.
Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's go for member comments. Mr. Myers.
No additional comments.
Mr. Martinez.
No additional comments, thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
No comments, thank you.
Ms.
No
Brawley.
comment.
Mr. Johnson.
No comments, thank you.
No comment.
Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley.
Happy solstice, and looking forward to seeing folks out at the fun events happening this weekend.
Mr. Salt.
No comment.
Mr. Presverdia.
Have a good night. Thanks, everyone.
So my only comment is, y'all didn't hear this, but before the meeting, I was chiding our new clerk that if there were any mistakes, this was her job interview, real time. And I'm glad to report that tonight there were no technological problems. The system worked through the whole night. So we'll be seeing you Friday for a confirmation hearing, but your report card's going to be good after this. So thank you. And to everybody else, thank you for being here tonight. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn. Thank you. We're adjourned.